And today it is August
Where's the hand?
11th.
Put that in you, that's it.
Okay, today is August 11th, 2023. Thank you everyone for coming to the Budget and Finance Committee room. Today, we will be conducting our special meeting. By law, we are required to meet twice a month. And because we had our oversight budget hearings on Tuesday, we, as a committee, decided that we would meet today, Friday, August 11th, 2023. It is available via teleconference and on Zoom, and also here in the Budget and Finance Committee room. And we are excited for today's proposed agenda. So I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:13 a.m. And we will do the roll call today. Ms. Nelson, Delegate Lombardo Adler is excused from the roll call. I think today's roll call.
Yes, Madam Chair. And President Finance Committee members, we propose agenda for August 11th special meeting roll call. Margaret Asrat is excused. Arlen Norman in the game.
Yep.
Okay, Arlen Norman in the game is present. Arlen Seth Damon. Arlen Anderson not calling. 7 minutes. Thank you, State. Arlen Anderson is not calling. Is present. Arlen Shani Harris.
Present.
Thank you, Arlen Shani Harris is present. Arlen Prosecutor.
President.
Thank you, Arlen Prosecutor is present. Madam Chairman, board members, entering from roll call, member excused, and member continuing.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, for taking today's roll call. Colleagues, to repeat, have you volunteered this morning to do the invitation for today's meeting?
I can do it.
Shut it.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So grab yourselves, put everybody brown and bread. Law and for the families that are mourning, hopefully we just continue to provide healthy prayers and thoughts for our relatives who are living within our 4 sacred mountains, our families and children who are traveling back into the urban areas for school or employment, or to seek additional medical help for our military families who are serving here and abroad. Internationally, we just continue to ask for your good grace, for your knowledge, for your compassion, that you not only protect us in our traveling, that you continue to connect us to one another, to the land, to our animals, to all of the different elements, so that we can welcome this moisture that is upon us, but also make sure that we continue to help one another. And in this day, we ask for prayers and safety here in Window Rock for us to conduct our business, that we do the work for the people and continue to pray for not only our veterans, our elders, but for our children, that you let them know that we love them. And as they travel back to school, that they are safe, that any ill intentions are swept away and taken up to the atmosphere, and that we restore who we are in our identity, that we revitalize our language, and that we bring together our communities in the most healing way. Thank you.
Thank you, Shredded Delegate Member Party for your prayer this morning to start the budget committee special meeting today. Thank you. We are going to item number 2, which is recognize guests and visiting officials. Colleagues, would you like to recognize anyone at this time?
I'd like to recognize our MVP, Delegate Norman Brigade. Doing an amazing job getting us together.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate Norman Brigade, for encouraging us to be on time and to be here. Delegate.
For the travelers.
This morning, we also have our interim controller here with us. We also have Mr. Slim, President and Vice President. We also have Division of Economic Development, Elaine Young, the Fiscal Planning Funding Office is here with us. Executive Director Tom Patero is here, Mr. Jeremy Jimmy just walked into the room. We have all the officers here. Thank you all for being here with us. Do we have any? Great, we're gonna go on to item number 3, review and adopt today's agenda. Ms. Nakai, can you read the proposed agenda?
Good morning, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is your agenda for August 11, 2023, special meeting, presiding is Sean D. Harris. Chairperson Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson, Place Budget and Finance Committee, Conference in the Rock, and wish one call the meeting to order, roll call the invitation. To recognize guests and visiting officials, 3, review and adopt from the 4, review and adopt the ordinance and agreements from July 3rd, 2023, July 12th, 2023. July 25th, 2023, 5 received report today, our update. Presenters are Tom Patero, Director, Fiscal Fund Office. The capital outlay, fund balance, and priority list, and presenters, County Castillo, Director, Division of Community Development. The Rhino Health update, presented Sharon D. Patero. Industrial Development Specialist, the Area Department Director, Project Management Division of Economic Development. The movements purchase financial analysis, land acquisition, trust fund, hospital, to vendor, Sean McCabe, and control and Jeremy Keegan, Justice Management Office. Michael Malone, Director, Division of Natural Resources. Tony Savant, Director, Division of Economic Development. The update report on the Sheriff's Fund allocation of the Long Lake Enterprises. The presenter is Rashad Sharonde. Lonnie Lake Enterprises. General Captain. John K. Tanner and regular office. So the 7 business, A, organization number 19. Dash 23, B, legislation number 0193, dash 23, C, legislation number 0188, dash 23, B, scheduling meetings, logistics, 8, holding the second reading announcements and adjournment.
Thank you, Ms. Nakai, for reading the proposed agenda into the record. Colleagues, do we have a motion to accept today's agenda? Delegate Begay's motions. Do we have a second? Vice Chair Slater seconds the motion. Colleagues, do we have any amendments, questions, comments on today's proposed agenda? Vice Chair Slater?
I just want to confirm that the committee understood we want to do the fourth break. We need all of them all. I will not be making that.
Delegate Begay, would you like to keep the agenda the way it is? Shadow Delegate Amber Knessler-Crowley, would you like to keep the agenda the way it is?
No, I do have a question for that legislation on fixed costs. Was that part of the consent of this? So is that what you're asking to repeat?
Just for clarification, legislation 18823 was flagged by Ms. Albrock because the day that the committee took action on it, it wasn't ready for taking action on it.
Okay.
And that is the reason why it's on today's agenda.
No.
However, we will await Ms. Albrock's memo for information. Okay.
That's why consent during the budget is so. That's pretty much everybody.
It's later, everyone.
Let's go with the consent laws.
Oh, we gotta do the comprehensive budget.
That's one legislation.
It's later, everyone concurs with the proposed budget.
Legislation.
Or, yes, the proposed agenda, not the budget. You have any other comments? Okay, second call. Third call. Here none, Delegate Begay, how do you vote? Green on the agenda. Judge Delegate, we're gonna have to how do you vote?
Should they try to bring thinking?
Green, Vice Chair Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
And we have one member excused, one member not voting, so with that, this passes. BFC vote for 3, 0, 2. Oh, and Sharon. Okay, we're going to go on to number 4, review and adopt today's journals for July 3rd, 2023, July 12th, 2023, July 25th, 2003. And just for confirmation, Ms. Nelson, what this was emailed us.
Yes, Madam Chair, the following journals, July 3rd, 2023, July 12th, 2023, and July 25th, 2023. So I'll email to the Budget and Finance Committee members for the review. And the approval for the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. And with that, colleagues, do we have a motion to accept and adopt the adjourn?
Motion.
Shed is the Ember commence for Ferrari motions. Do we have a second? Delegate on the second. Ms. Nelson, can you take the roll call on to adopt the journals?
Yes, Madam Chair, the couple of the journals, and the moment indicated, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, on the moment indicated, which green, on the end of the spot, how do you vote? Thank you, Stephen, on the end of the spot, which green, on the part, Senator, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, on the part, Senator, green, on the Lombardo, and the green. On the Damon. Madam Chair, we have 3 members voting, and we started the closing amendment. Remember not voting like that.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and that's the motion carried. We're going to go on to item 5 to receive reports. A is the ARPA update from the Executive Director of the Fiscal Recovery Fund Office, Mr. Tom Patero. Mr. Tom Patero, I welcome you up to the presentation too.
For you.
Might need to make a quick back. Morning.
Sarah, thank you for being with the Budget and Finance Committee, and thank you for emailing out the report as well. And providing. We are. The time is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I did get a email from Chair Harris. And she wanted specifically to cover this first handout. This is the subrecipient agreements process. This was finally, everybody came to consensus on this about 2.5 weeks ago. So it took a year and 9 months to reach that point. So interesting. But what it is you can take this one and kind of cross-reference them. July 25th, 2023 was when we finally came to agreement on this. So what it is the first step is the council and office of the president, vice president agreed to an appropriation process. And so the funds are allocated. What we reach next is there's a section, is step 2, there was an interpretation of CJN 2922 underneath that section 3, where it says the administrative oversight may make a recommendation for the chapter to receive a funding directly. So that language then necessitated the step 2, which indicates that the oversight, say this is DOT, community development, water. They would then have to decide, this is the approved expenditure plan for chapter X. Then they have to say yes. If they don't say yes and they say, no, we're going to run this ourselves, then the money stays there. If the administrative oversight says, yes, we want to offer it to the chapter, and Madam President over here, from her chapter, they would make an offer, then they would have to say yes. If they say no, then it stays over there with the administrative oversight. So that's the first step. They both have to say yes. then we proceed with the subrecipient. So the next one are the step threes, and the recommendation was to have these happen all simultaneously. The answer from the first question in two determines how the budget will be set up. Initially, the Chinle, there were 4 that were processed for Chinle as an emergency. And those 4 went through with the account number that those projects were funded under. So say you had consultants, so their contract went out as consultants. Subsequent to that, Office of the Controller then came back and said, Office of the Controller, ARPA unit came back and said, if you're gonna do a subrecipient, you need to take the money from all those accounts and put it into the subrecipient account. So if you had 4 line items over here, you have to then do a budget transfer to move those 4 in here so that that account will correspond with a subrecipient. So that's why we're holding off on the accounts until we get the answer at 2. Does that make sense? So the budgets have to be set up exactly the way it is. Going back to that step 2, if somebody says no on that side, we just forward the budgets through the OMB and have them set it up the way that accounts were initially set up. If it's we're gonna go into a subrecipient and both sides say yes, then we have to send them the budgets with the corrections into the subrecipient account. Does that make sense? So that's the first step. The second step is because of the risk assessment requirement, if the chapter is going to get a subrecipient agreement, the ARPA finance unit will then schedule a meeting with the chapter and complete a risk assessment. It's a certain number of questions, and they'll sit down with them. And then what they'll do is they'll make a determination, which is then shared back with the administrative oversight. So like for the chapter ones, whatever the outcome of the risk assessment was at the ARPA finance unit, then they go back to the oversight and they agree, okay, that's fine. So that's the next step. The third step is the administrative oversight. So in this case, the administrative oversight then sits down with the chapter and says, this is the scope of work for the project. Then they come to an agreement on it. That scope of work is then an attachment to the subrecipient agreement. So you have Appendix A that has, this is the outline of it, but because it's a relationship between the subrecipient, the oversight and the chapter, then they have to agree what the scope of work is gonna be. So that's why they're asking for that section. The next step then is DOJ then drafts a subrecipient agreement. This is what originally DOJ's take on it was 1 chapter, 1 subrecipient agreement. But that changed. DOJ did a reassessment of all of the eligibility determinations. And then what they said is, these don't belong here, we're gonna move some of those ones. So that's this report. So if you look at this one here, the green ones, we outlined the green, so these are the ones that are eligible for subrecipient consideration. The ones that aren't there are the ones that are non-certified chapters. This is the first list. We have a second list and a third list that we're working off of. So I kind of want to give you something that will kind of, we're trying to make it as less complex as possible. So that's why we color coded these ones. So if you're on the green, then your chapter will be considered for a subrecipient. If it's a clear one, then the oversight is going to run that program. Does that make sense? So taking the DOJ will then consolidate the scope of work and then draft the subrecipient agreement. That subrecipient agreement then goes back to FRF to make sure that the funds transfers have been completed or the accounts have been set up. Once that happens, then the whole packet is sent back then to the administrative oversight. Then the administrative oversight initiates the 164. And the recommendation from legal was send it to everybody all at once. In this case, it goes back to FRF to surname it. 6B is business regulatory, C is OMB, D is OOC, and then E is DOJ. So what we've been doing at this point is when the subrecipients that we're running through, when we get those ones, we send everybody the email of this is the draft to all of those individuals in there. So that's how we started. And then we take the form first, the business regulatory, then we take the form over to OMB, OOC, DOJ. Then once everybody signs it, then it goes to the president signs it, then it goes back, after the president signs it, back to Office of the Controller, Purchasing, Contract Administration, and they'll be the ones to encumber it, and then they'll issue it a contract number. And then after that, we go into the process of how do we get the event, the chapters. So that's the process that has been worked out for all of these ones. So it's changed over time. The process that we use to initiate the subrecipient agreements for the CARES refunded a year ago is not the same process as this. So we're still working out processes, revisions, incorporating people's, I should have added that, all of that stuff. So we'll see how all of this goes once this is all done. So that is the process for the subrecipients. Now, going into this one. So what that means then is Bird Springs is a certified chapter, Botaway Gap is a certified chapter, Chichibito is a certified chapter, Chinle out of their projects, 4 of them already have project, 4 of them already have a contract. Cornfields, Cove, Benahotso, Delcon, Ganado for their water line project. This is the very first one that has completed the process. This has actually been signed by President. However, there was a question on the insurance. So Mr. Jake and his unit are verifying that question. Once that's resolved, then we'll go on ahead and get it encumbered. So that's the first one that on a non-emergency basis that will have made it through this whole process. So that's in Ganado, Greasewood, Haupt, Kienta, Kindasachi, Loop, Mexican Water, Not Utzi, Not Chidi, Not Zini. Now Zini has some that are in process. And if there's additional ones, Ms. Draper from Community Development here, those are the main ones. Pinion, Shanto, Steamboat. Shanto is not going to be a certified, not going to be a subrecipient because that one is going to be going to community economic development. So they're just waiting for that account to be set up. I believe they're ready to go with that project. There's also a project that's with, I believe St. Michael's, that's going to be going directly to the oversight. So that's Shanto, and then we have Steamboat, Keystone, Pochacan. I can't believe I said that wrong. Sweetwater and Whippoorwill. So those are the summaries that are there. So what we'll do then is the next batch, the ones that council just approved, we'll do another listing like this that will separate them out. So what this list then has is it has the who the administrative oversight is, the if the original that went through on the eligibility determination is in the old oversight. And then the next one is the one that was corrected by DOJ saying that. So if you look at that, the second one from Vicente, originally was DCD, now it's EPA. For Blue Gap, the 750 for cell service was originally DCD, now it goes to broadband. The one for Chinle was actually chapter governance that was changed over to DCD. The DOT had a road project that stayed the same. We had one that was under Chinle chapter that went to Parks and Recreation. There's a chapter 80Y that went to education. There was a water pond that was DCD that went, oh no, it was DCD that went to DOT. So all of these you can look over and you'll see the changes that are made. So we simplify all those processes into a one-page summary sheet. So that's the part that that kind of explains it. The other part that we're working on now, which we probably should have done, is Mr. Brigade last Friday asked for specific information. Delegate Johnson is asking for that information, and that's a consolidation of all the other projects. So for this is Mr. Brigade's projects. So this is hot off the press, there was an adjustment that we made this morning. So what we're gonna do is prepare one of these for each of the other 23 delegates, so that you can understand, this is the money that's underneath expenditure plans. This is the money that you're putting underneath your 8 million. So it's an interesting thing. The other part that we're working on is we have one of our staff members trying to reconcile the citizen, because citizen has over almost 200 amendments.
Yeah.
So all of those, remember, it was broken out into 5 years?
Right.
And then they moved this project from year 1 to year this dollar amount, at this project, delete this project. We're trying to get, okay, we made all these changes. Now we came out at the other end. Where are we as far as which projects there are? Because that's very important to figure out, because we have to take that list and then compare it back against the chapter list to make sure that is duplicated funding. Does that make sense? So for Mr. Begay's, Delegate Begay's, projects, this is the one that's for Haji Lake chapter. So there's certain projects like the house wiring is done by regions, yeah. So you got a certain dollar amount. So for these calculations, the first one we did was for house wiring, which is under contract 20241, expenditure category is 3.12. 1/3 of the allocation is, we're just doing a simple cutting the pie in equal pieces. So that amount for Tuajile would be 153,000. Then there's solar systems, but we still got to finish that calculation. So there's a project called Platero Power Line Extension for Tuajile. This was not mine. I have not ever lived in Tuajile. The last time we visited was probably when I was 8 years old. So there's something by that. That's how long it takes to get these projects funded. But there's that project, which is 705,000. There's an Albuquerque water supply pipeline that's under contract 20160 for 10,217,000. There's a wastewater lagoon project, 413,000. I think that might be the 8.8. The cistern is that there's a 20445 contract for Tuajile for 420,000. Broadband has a project which is a contract that's issued to Sacred Wind for $9,928,469. So for Tuajile, the total is $21,859,009.10. Now the next page, again, we're still working through these numbers, and that's why we're not ready to release them yet. But the next one is for the community of Rama. Again, the housing projects is 153,786. We're still running the calculations for the solar units. There's a construction power line extension, contract 20241 for 664,000. There's a drinking water storage, contract 8059, Rama for $1 million. There's a Rocky Ridge water well project for 2.9 million. And then there's a broadband project for 5,880,000. That's with OSO for a total of 10,632,481.61. Then you go into his next community, which is Alamo. Again, the water housing project has 153,000, which is a third. So it's about 450,000. There's a scattered power line project for 500 plus through Socorro. Water development has the Alamo water project for 7.9 million. Alamo water project 250,000. Alamo spring well connection 1 million. A water system $3,048,166. Wastewater system for Alamo for 5,031,824. Total of 17,959,516.66 cents. So all of these, we're going back in and taking all the different pieces and putting it into one summary sheet. The reason we're doing that, then we can go back and then say, are don't put these underneath your 8.8 because you already have money on this side. Does that make sense? So we're doing exactly what Delegate Cotty asked for a year ago. It just took us this long to figure out how to do it because they're now in contract. Does that make sense? So as soon as they get those ones in there, so like for the bathroom addition, for all the other ones that haven't had contract this year, once those are done, then we're breaking it down. The other one is we're working with N2A to isolate the information of the contract by community. And the reason that we're approaching it that way is we know that council at the end of this whole process is going to say, out of the whole 2 billion, how much of it went to my community? So we're kind of working from the end backwards to set up a reporting structure so all of that happens. So our goal is within the next month and a half to have these available for each of the 110 communities. These 3 took about 3 to 4 days to figure it out. So it's going back and forth between all of this other stuff. So at the same time, we're trying to figure out what also is out there so that budget and finance. Remember when you guys first came in and said, we need to make a full accounting of it? Since nobody's really doing it, we're trying to get all of that done ourselves. And again, that goes to what Delegates probably asked for, what the original allocations were done. So we're going back and starting to fill in those pieces that are over there. So it's a really labor intensive process, but it's something that we need so that we can make informed decisions. So what we're hoping that comes out at the end of it is, this is how much Navajo has set up there. And that's what we want to try to get everybody aligned with so that they know what's going on with this. All right, so this is the process. This is the breakdown of the original one. This is what we're working towards so that we can get it for everybody. And then the rest of the packet is just basically the summary. Our anticipation is by the end of the next quarter, we will cross the 1 billion threshold as far as expenditures and contracts that are encumbered. So the big one that we're looking forward to is the 150 million for the bathroom additions. Okay, and then this one is the housing or the labor report of the positions that are there. We are working much closer with the programs to get them their positions hired for. And then this last one here is the question that's still pending of the 700 and or 76 million. This is the question that's underneath CJY 4121. This was an authorization that was made. This has not been acted on, so it was kind of just floating out there. Remember the reimbursed citizen and UFB? The difficulty being is if you look at this one and you look at the third from the bottom, that the Division of Water Resources, Western Navajo, 58 million. 58 million of that's supposed to go to that. But as of December 2022, that appropriation that was made was citizen back in 2021. There had not even been a business unit set up for that. So if you look at the controller's report, how can you reimburse something that hasn't even had a business unit set up? So that's the stuff that we're kind of webbing out into overall the Navajo Nation and trying to consolidate the information. And part of that is the issue that we're kind of identifying is that we shouldn't just appropriate money to say, you know, Kienta chapter, go build a vendor village. And then expect the chapter and then community development to do that project, but not give them any project management money. Does that make sense? So this has been a real big learning experience for me is when the BIA, we always laugh about the BIA, there's inefficient stuff, but what they do is they actually have a form that you fill out. This is the preliminary cost. This is the development cost. This is the construction cost. This is the project management cost. These are the quality control costs to make sure that all the requirements are being met. In Hijra, we just say, here's $9 million, go do this, without going through that process of saying, these are the preliminary costs, these are the costs that will be associated with it. How do we go through to make sure that there's, if costs increase, that there's a pot of money that will get this project done. And the other part that I'm learning now is the people that design it shouldn't be the ones that build it. The people that design and build it shouldn't be the ones that are quality controlling it while it's under construction. So it's kind of like a separation of duties in finance, yeah. So the person that's requisitioning shouldn't be the approver. The person that's approver shouldn't be receiving it. So each one of those needs to be separated out. So that's kind of the concept that I'm learning with the construction side of it, is that the person that's putting it together shouldn't be the one that builds it. And the person that's building it and put it together shouldn't be the one that runs quality control to check on while that project is being built. So it's been a real learning experience. And then the other one that we want to share with you is this one. We are now, this is the DOJ summary of all the eligibility determinations that have been done. We are now at 725 eligibility determinations that have been done by DOJ. So this is the year work. So 725 out of the whole, since we started this whole process of eligibility determination. But I did want to, Madam Chair, did want me to cover the subrecipient process. That's kind of where we're at now, it's all of this stuff. So now we got to go into the process of it. There is a legislation that you passed yesterday to shortcut the chapter regional expenditure plan, the changes need to be made. Once that one is done, we have several chapters that are already like, we got approved for $50,000 for a piece of equipment. That piece of equipment now costs $84,000. So we need to run those ones through so that we can set those ones up, and we need an expedited process so the chapters can get the equipment at 84,000 before the 84,000 becomes 92,000. So that's where we appreciate your support. Madam Chair, in a nutshell, those are basically a summary of all of the handouts that we have. We do try to put it in report form so we can read it earlier. And I apologize for getting that because I think it was 4:30 last night, but we were running around with the meetings yesterday. But I tried to get these out to you the morning before, and so we'll work towards getting all of those ones updated. Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Thank you for your presentation today and sharing with the committee new data that you have continued to develop as we progress through the distribution of the ARPA dollars. Committee members, we have a motion to the circulation report. Delegate Shadow Delegate Ember Connector Project. Do we have a second? Delegate Begay, second the motion. With that, colleagues, do you have any questions for Mr. Fitzgerald? Delegate Begay.
Well, good morning. So what's the timeline of actually when people are gonna get their money to start using it? I mean, do you have a kind of like a date so I can, like, this is when the drawdown on the money is gonna happen? So that's what they're waiting for. Everybody's just waiting to see every day.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the answer to that is for those non-certified chapters, they don't have to go through the subrecipient agreement process. They have to work with their administrative oversight to implement those projects as soon as the accounts are done. All they have to do is an expenditure authorization form, and they have access to those funds. For the certified chapters, again, it goes back to the question of is the administrative oversight going to recommend them for a subrecipient agreement? And is the chapter then going to accept it? We have certified chapters that are already saying we don't want to do the project. We want DCD to do it. So that's still, remember on the chart that box 2, that's what triggers everything. But for the non-certified chapters, all your chapters are non-certified. So as soon as those accounts are set up, they'll go into it. But there's a lot of people that are going back now and saying, I want to change it. And that's the difficulty of it. If you're going to say you, out of your 8 million, you did a project for 1 million. And then all of a sudden you're like, I don't think we're going to get this done. I'm going to change it. But I have to go back through the whole eligibility process for your new project so that you can substitute that in. But that one has also been streamlined because the requirement for the chapter signature, chapter resolution isn't there anymore. And you guys made that revision. So hopefully that will streamline the process. But again, it goes down to the question of, are you a certified chapter or non-certified? If you're non-certified, then as soon as those accounts are set up, then you have access to it, as long as you work with your administrative oversight to extend those funds.
Thank you, Mr. Sarah.
Better off not paying services.
Let me tell you kind of a little bit better than I had written at the project.
Thank you, appreciate the report and look forward to the cross reference for all of the state housing projects and possible dislocation. I'm concerned about chapters who are, requesting for rural addressing, but there was an allocation for rural addressing from public safety. What is the best way that this committee can get updates on the ARPA projects? Would that just be through your office, or should we be pulling in like public safety to give us an update on rural addressing? Because I've been seeing that pretty consistent. We've come to an agreement as delegates that, each regional projects will be at the discretion of the delegate of their community. So we're not asking questions, but so is that rural addressing going to be part of that Navajo Nation initiative? Or the only thing when it comes to rural addressing, we need to get it right. You could get tied into E911. And we can't have different addressing, and we already see that on the Utah side. Like they'll do like G+ codes, whatnot. But and then different counties do different things. So I'm just concerned about how we're moving forward. So let me know if that's a question you could answer, or I could have a call with safety and if the community is interested. But I'm concerned about that. The other issues like the bathroom additions and renovations, NQA was given a large allocation. And so I don't know if that's considered a duplication. I've been trying to push NQA to give us, actually by this point, they should know what projects they're working on, and that's slowly trickling in, trying to figure out their reports. So I appreciate you forwarding their reports, but it's very hard to determine from their numbers like exactly what they're doing. I can't decipher that, and I just need to make sure that if my chapter, my region wants to put money towards that I think NQA should cover that first in their Navajo nationwide allocation. The last thing I wanted to talk about is, however, Norman Begay lobbied for his listing. I'd like to be added to that list so that I could get a pretty comprehensive idea of projects in my communities. My district. District 12.
Go ahead.
District 12.
Mr. Time, Mr. Sarah.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is a very good question. Controller here is lighting a fire under us to create that mechanism, to set it up. I guess the best way to answer it is we can kind of in crisis mode, trying to implement this, is we go from this to that to that. So we take all of our resources and try to get this one done. So the first part was, when I first started was, there's this money here, and what are we gonna do with it? So my first assignment was, the administrative part is there, get those ones done so we can get those ones set up. So we had to go through a process of setting up accounts. So that was the first thing, and that was when there was me and one temporary and 2 staff from other tribal departments that were assigned to my shop at that point. Then we went into the process of how are we going to establish these positions that are underneath the administrative unit things. Then we created those units. Then we went into this, okay, we gotta get allocations made. So that took about a year. Remember when we went through the whole, the CJN 29-22, the appropriation was made for that side. And then there was the, these are the CARES money. So we kind of pivoted over to, we got to get these contracts out because these contracts are ready to go. So we went through that phase of getting all the contract issued for those ones. And then we went back over to, okay, we budgeted all these positions, why are they not being hired for? So we went back to that. Then we went to, we need to allocate the 211 million for the chapters, and we're still in that. But we're gonna, part of our team is gonna go this way, and the other team of it's gonna go this way, where we actually start generating, reports, that Ms. Cardi is asking for. So that's a reporting mechanism, a monitoring mechanism that needs to be set up in place, and that's where Lisa and her team are gonna start putting those ones. So what we wanna do is we want to create an online reporting system where each of the people that get paid money submit in reports, and then those are reviewed by the monitoring section and then all posted online. So that's the process that we're working with. But at the same time, we're also working with, our office has a 164 pending at Office of the Controller for technical reviews. So that's where, like the drawing for this project, we want to make sure that that's done. Community development right now has about $15 million, about $15 million for helping chapters put together their proposal or the cost and all of those things. Unfortunately, that 14 or $15 million will be gone very quickly. You know, you hire the technical people to do it. Their need is more around $40-50 million just for the ARPA projects. Now you start adding in their need for managing the permanent trust fund project, for managing the citizen projects, for managing the New Mexico State Appropriation projects. And that's where earlier, remember when I said, I'm just now learning that the process that we're using, this is why the projects don't ever get done, because we give money for the projects, but we don't ever put in money for the planning, for the design. You know, we're kind of doing what New Mexico does. They're like, you know, we have a need for a senior center, and then we allocate just a small portion of that, but we don't allocate the whole thing. So we're learning from that. And so, Madam Chair, I believe we should have a reporting mechanism in place within the next quarter. Not by the end of this quarter, but within the next quarter, for all of those which are done. The anticipation is when all the appropriations are done, there'll be 400 reports coming in, either on a quarterly or monthly basis. NTUA has been working with us on the reporting part of it. It's just trying to find a report that everybody can understand. So right now, their report is mainly financial. And so it's not we spent this amount of money. It's not like we spent this amount of money to move the cheese this much or this far. So that's the difficulty of it, is creating a system that will allow us to do that. It's going to get much more complicated when we add in the additional bathroom additions, when we start adding in the housing addition things. And so what we're learning from those is some of the processes that are being created, they're not moving fast enough. And you go through this whole process of, I'm sure you guys have all seen the chapter, you know, you get a certain amount of money, you know, emergency management gives you money. And you say, these are all the people that are gonna need it. But the amount that you got isn't gonna be enough to cover all those people that you identified. Does that make sense? So when we complete the assessment process of it at the level where we say, so you might identify 120 people, but you're gonna only have enough money for 14. Does that make sense? So that's a difficulty, you know, when you look at it, the 2 billion that you're listed, when you look at it, that's a big number. We're gonna get this done, we're gonna get that done. But when you look at it in the context of what is the cost to address that need, you know, broadband itself is the estimate is a 1.5 billion just for broadband. That's without doing a single water project. That's without doing a single any other type of project. Transportation, when I was there 14 years ago, was at about 3 billion. That 3 billion is probably now 10 billion. So when you look at the totality of it, the need far outweighs the amount that's there. So the reporting we will work on, and as soon as that's available, and our part of it is all of that should be public, should be transparent. You know, whatever report is being prepared by individuals, you know, it's kind of like the Form 2s that you as a committee are dealing with. how do you truly measure the progress that's made when you allocate these funds out? If it's self-reporting. So that's where we need to work together, honestly, as many people as we can, to have their eyes on the reviews of these. You know, you have finance reviewing it, you have OMB reviewing it. We really need additional people in there, particularly from the Auditor General office to do audits. You know, if there's an issue identified, we need to have their support in it. So that's where I think the more monitoring and evaluation of the process that we have, the better we are in a situation to identify things early and make those necessary corrective actions so that we expend all of these dollars. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Quintero. Chair Delegate Amber Smith, the party has all questions. Thank you. Vice Chair, do you have any questions? Delegate, do you have further questions? Thank you, Mr. Quintero. Committee, would you also like to hear some comments from the controller as well? Mr. McKay?
Thank you, Chair, sorry, and members of the committee. I certainly need to up my report game after seeing the Sarah's presentation, but one thing I do want to get on the record, is a concern, and I brought it up with Mr. Platero. He sent this out for comment. And I think we all agree on the work that he did, but there's a little bit of a concerning issue, not to throw a wrench in anything, but those chapters that do eventually get a subrecipient agreement, they're going to be subject to a single audit. So when Tom Platero talks about monitoring, I've made the suggestion that maybe we bring in a technical firm that can help, because essentially what we're doing is we'll be putting this money on a chapter that has never had a single audit done before. And do they have the financial infrastructure to handle it? Because if they don't, we're going to run into another audit issue like the one that we currently have with NTUA and may have to give that money back. So I'm going to work closely with Mr. Platero, and I definitely want to keep you guys updated, but I do think, you know, those chapters that are certified that eventually do qualify as subrecipients, they're going to be responsible for the money, and it'll open them up to an audit that they've never had before. So that, to me, is a little bit concerning, but I think there's ways to mitigate that. I'll work with them to do that, but I do want to get that on the record because it is an issue. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKay, for bringing that to the committee's attention. I do believe that this is a continued discussion between the Budget and Finance Committee and also Fiscal Fund and Recovery Office in regards to the subrecipient agreements with the certified chapters. We'll continue to have everybody be a part and apprised of the discussion that's being had in the progression and growth of the Fiscal Fund recovery process when it comes to delivering services to the Navajo Nation. So thank you, Mr. Passero, for your report today. At this time, we did do a third call for the question.
Oh, I have a question for Mr. Patero. So we received an email from Mr. Jake requesting information or action from the Office of the Controller. Is this the issue that was addressed in the email from Mr. Jake? Waiting for someone from OOC to respond. Do you recall that email? Mr. Jake here with us?
No.
I'm using our super fast broadband. Oh. So on, I just need to ask, so on June 28th, we're all CC on the LGA certified trackers subrecipient agreements. This is the 164. Has that been? So it says each of these documents have exceeded the 7-day allowed for your office to complete the reviews. Is that what we're discussing right now? Is that the commentary from the Office of the Controller and the office? I just need to know.
Mr. Placero, could you also maybe clarify the challenges Mr. Jake had in the accounting side of the subrecipient agreements that he may be referring to in the email? I think we covered this at the last meeting, but an update on the progression of those accounts.
The email that Madam Chair received was previous to the agreement on this process. So we had assigned them to process those, but legal's interpretation was you have to get, and that's why I put a lot of emphasis on that box too. You know, we were trying to help facilitate that process, but we had to take a step back and leave it to the administrative oversight to make that decision for the alpha or not. So everything that we had started, we forward all those to community development. And so we don't have any of those in our packets anymore. Mr. Jake's concern, this is the part that I always tell people that work in those positions need to work at a program level for for at least 3 months to really understand how the system is difficult to work with. It's kind of like, well, put your foot in the other shoe. It's interesting that both Mr. Jake and Miss Jim are like, why is the system so inefficient? And I'm like, you guys were that system. You guys should know more than anybody else. And that's where I think that a lot of the people that are saying, no, do this, no, do that, they need to be put at a chapter house for 1 month and try to get those projects through the system to really understand how the system is not flexible enough to get things through. So that's a difficulty of it. So it's interesting to watch both Ms. Jim and Mr. Jake go through this process now, being on the other side and saying, why can't they just do this? Why can't they just do that? And I keep telling them, remember, you used to tell us the exact same thing that they're telling us right now. But that's what I mean by they need the people that are in these positions, they need to work out there and see how difficult it is to get something through. We really have no emergency procurement system on the Navajo Nation. If there's somebody that needed something, you may as well call something else because the help is not going to come as quickly as you can. And that's where I'm really glad that Sean came aboard. He's really working to streamline the system and incorporate a response back to programs so that the efficiency of the systems can be improved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shada, does that end your question?
Yeah, I just was, I mean, we get emails, so I just want to make sure that emails that are coming to the attention of the committee. I don't know if that's, you know, do we need to know that information, or does the committee need to take action? I think whenever I get an email, I ask, okay, what does the committee need to take action? Because if it's administrative, then it's the program managers, but are we talking about like a policy or change? Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Shada. Colleagues, do we have any last questions from Mr. Fisher at this time? Hearing none, we do have a motion and a second to accept today's report. And we have had further discussion and questions on the report. Ms. Nelson, can you do a roll call vote to accept today's report from Mr. Fisher?
Yes, Madam Chair, we immediately vote, I mean, the motion second on that.
Please, motion and
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote on accepting the report. Norman, indicate how you vote.
Green.
Thank you, Norman, indicate with green. Anderson, Clark Carty, how do you vote?
I will agree with you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Anderson, Clark Carty votes green. Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Carl Slater votes green. Seth Damon. Marlo Aserick is excused. Madam Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative to approving. Madam Chair not voting, 1 member not voting, and 1 member excused. Madam Chair.
thank you, Ms. Nelson, and thank you, colleagues, for taking action on the report. Thank you, Mr. For the report today. We're gonna go on to item 5B, which is capital outlay fund balance and priority listing. Our presenters today are Mr. Calvin Castillo, Division of Community Development. I don't see Mr. Castillo in the room, but I can use him. Mr. Castillo is on Zoom. Mr. Administrator, okay. Ms. Draper, are you representing for Mr. Castillo today? I'll call for Mr. Castillo too. Mr. Castillo, are you on the call?
Oh, where's my secretary? Right now.
Do you have any presentation material you would like to do?
I just finally emailed it to Ms. Nightcall. I don't know if it's.
Not able to use that, right?
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, colleagues, Ms. Nakay will send out the report.
You need a question? I don't think it's any good. Oh, it was this.
Was it?
Yeah, it's the same.
Can you double check? For the budget?
For the door. That's right.
Okay, well, I'll say right here. I'll.
Yeah, when you lose horribly. Unless someone just wants to do it. Yeah. No, we don't. We also made a report. Report for reports.
Some of them are saying, yeah.
Well, we have to vote on it second. Sorry.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I think we should continue.
Anyone like to motion to get a report?
Well, usually you motion to accept the report after. You could elect and not give it. Not even motion. Yeah. Yeah.
We recess or?
Richard.
Okay.
Thanks so much, July.
Let's recess, more than 5 minutes, we'll make sure you get your. Mr. Castillo. We're gonna come back. Yeah.
They're gonna be coming.
Peggy,
Yeah, I know that.
Peggy, can you know that we're going to recess?
I just.
Yeah. Make that the 20.
It's catchy. Good side.
No, it's not. I think that's more, that has more to do with sugar.
Oh, and you're not drinking the sugar free.
Well, the sweet, whatever. Anything, you gotta pick it.
Yeah, it's like a.
Yeah. I don't know. Fix it, try to fix it for you. Hey, can you use the Google Doc, that you can open it over here and do that? Do you have it, do you have it, yeah, you want it? Okay, just let me know. Do you have Peggy's, meeting records? Yeah, just send it to me. Get it all. All right. Okay. Okay, just send it to me. Get it all. Thank you.
Just where you are.
Yeah, I don't want it. Did you get it?
Yeah, I've been working. Well, I'm pushing it, yeah, it'll get done. Yeah.
That's your business.
I think you did. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we don't know. Good for. Yeah. What's new at DVD, brother? Everyone else. She had a pretty crazy. Yeah. Of course, I wasn't even there.
Okay, great. Good after, or no, it's morning still. Thank you, Ms. Mackay, for correcting me. I thought it was afternoon. Okay, we took a short recess just to distribute the material to the committee. Now we will hear from Mr. Calvin Castillo on the report. Mr. Castillo, the time is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Parish. Good morning. Good morning, Vice Chair Slater, the other honorable council delegates. Okay, good morning. Give me the opportunity to give you the update on the New Mexico capital outlay projects. Okay, that was the way I read the email, so that's what I put together for this morning's report. The first one is, we'll read capital outlay projects Navajo Nation 2020 and 2022. If you look at that, those spreadsheets. These are the projects that we are currently working on. At the very back is the list of the final numbers that we've spent and still that we need to still obligate. But the 2020 projects, we got House Bill 505, we got extension on those. So all the projects that were, the deadline was June 30th, 2023, we got up to June 30th, 2024 to complete those projects. So we've done that. We are gonna meet the deadline. There's only one project that we're gonna have, we're gonna ask for another extension. That project is the senior center at Mariana Lake. That one, we're actually having a meeting this afternoon with the chapter on that project. That is a project where they're going from 8,000 square feet to 14,000 square feet. And the operation costs is gonna, their maintenance and operation costs gonna be around 60,000 a year just to keep it going. I'm pretty sure their insurance will also go up. And the other thing that we also looked at was there's some windows that he asked for. And if those windows let it break, be hard to replace. So we're gonna go this afternoon's meeting, we're going back to them to see if we can downsize it if they want to and do that with that project. So that one we got to the end of December to get that project going. So that's one of our main missions this week on that one. So this summarize all those projects that the New Mexico chapters were asking for and what we're working on. The 2020 projects, the 2022 projects, those we have up to December to spend the 5% obligations. So we're working on that also. So we got the IDs sent to what the mountain, Secretary Mountain. And we're just getting ready for them to send it back. And then once the BU is assigned to it, then we can start obligating that 5% that's required. And then start the projects after that. The next list, if you wanted to go a specific project, I'll try to answer them. I don't have my project managers down there, but the project managers are listed on there that are working on these projects. The next one is the TIF list. These are the big projects. These are just an update on those projects. If any of those you have any questions on, I can try to answer. Some of them are water resource and DOT. Okay, the last presentation is this ICIP. This is the deadline will be in December for all the chapters to request for projects and funding for the project. It's just how to go the process of how they can get their process, their projects processed with the New Mexico legislators. It's just some information. So no, it's next. It's due in 2 weeks. So Denise Copeland from my office is going to ask for another 2-week extension so the chapters can still submit some of their projects. So this is that report for this one. So that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions on the project, I can try to answer them.
Ms. Lucas, we have the policy, have a motion to accept today's report. Shadow Delegate Amber Canoa Crowdy motions, we have a second. Delegate Begay, seconds the motion. Do we have any questions for Mr. Castillo's document from this morning? Devin?
Well, yeah, thank you, for being there. I'm not gonna ask updates on specific projects. I think that's the responsibility of the respective delegate and the chapter who submitted. But, I'm not sure if you received, the Navajo Nation priorities for the state of New Mexico. So yesterday, Delegate, Speaker Damon, myself, Speaker Curley, and Delegate Wuton met with the New Mexico legislature down, the Indian Affairs Committee. And so they actually had a lot of questions regarding this section on capital outlay and infrastructure. They have a lot of assumptions on what the Navajo Nation are internal actions before a chapter submits their ICIP. And they also have a lot of assumptions in terms of like what funding is available. So I'm looking through this training, and so it sounds like your staff provides technical assistance to the New Mexico chapters to input their ICIP. There's critical pieces and opportunities here that your staff can not only train, but input, so that we could have a discussion and a dialogue on these project feasibilities. So, I think when it comes to, so in terms, what I got from the conversation yesterday is the New Mexico legislatures are open to having a conversation, but their expectation is when they receive this through the portal, Navajo Nation has already internally had those discussions and those projects are moving forward. Because I'm looking at your training, and this is exactly what we were recommending as delegates to implement, but it sounds like it's happening, but the disconnect is we're getting projects that are unrealistic and underfunded and like are not considered project ready. They don't have the right of way, or they're so severely underfunded in the nation, it becomes our responsibility to try to find additional funding to finalize these projects. But the nation itself has never been part of that conversation to prioritize. Well, let me step back and say the assumption is as delegates, we've never had an opportunity to collectively see what's submitted to New Mexico. And that actually sounds like is in this training. Because what we need to start connecting these projects to is to our budget. And so I'm not sure if this is just a general training. But so it's, you know, it's a full public hearings, tribal council or chapter meetings to pass ICIP resolutions, letter from the president, you know, priorities that are important to the New Mexico legislature and tribal council. So we were having conversations, I think this one regarding how this ICIP tie into the tribal budget. This is where we need to have a conversation. What tribal funds are available for capital projects? What tribal funds are available for operation and maintenance? What tribal funds are available for unforeseen costs of projects? What is the current budget status of each project? And so help me understand how your team is providing that technical assistance to chapters and how then we can help with the conversation within the New Mexico legislature and the governor's office and how they're submitting requests. And so I think that's where I want to start with first. I know one thing is this quarterly coordination. So we're gonna have a follow-up meeting in October 13th. I think we need to have one in September after we pass the budget. Because we need to know, like, if the state is gonna give us $100,000, which sounds great for an $8 million project, then I need to know, and if we're gonna submit that IGA or we're signing off, is that putting a financial liability on that? Because then where do we get that funds? Or else you'll constantly have to do extensions.
Yeah.
And we can do extensions, is that the intent of the legislation? So for example, Budget and Finance had a chapter where they received 100, it sounds like they distribute 100,000, like 100,000 for this equipment. And now the chapter is asking the nation to come up with $250,000 so we could actually purchase. we're like, wait, I don't know where that is in the priority. And then is the legislature ready? Can they give you an allocation every year to meet that need? And so that's what we need to know with the phasing. So who could help us understand that dynamic? And I'm also concerned with if Navajo Nation is paying for these projects and then they're invoiced back. I'm not sure if the chapters completely understand that. Because it sounds like the public thinks the state gives us this money. But if we're doing by invoice, then we have financial liability. And I'm learning more from the controller staff is where that money comes from. And these are all things that we should filter out. But those are my questions so far for this report. I know it's, as Arizona delegates, we look at it, well, New Mexico provides all of this funding. It comes with a lot of, I don't want to say restrictions, but it does become very political. They require certain audit issues. They only partially fund some of our projects. And so I just wanted to make sure that we could have that conversation here as we move forward and how the committee wants to move forward on these issues. Thank you, Shalini.
Yeah, David, thank you for just creating the vision for the budget and finance committee, because it is important that the division of community development work with the committee as well when we start to plan those allocations. Because Mr. Castillo, as you know, that there are plenty of projects that are under the division that need to be completed, but we also need to be smart in how we allocate those dollars. So Mr. Castillo, could you provide the committee response to the questions and how we can better plan those allocations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members again for the questions. Honorable Claudia, it's a good question, Johnny. I like it. The first one, this is the standard operating procedures of what we're supposed to be following. Since 2019, the coordination meeting, they stopped because of the pandemic, I believe. So this last one was the first time we had one. And we're getting back on track to make sure we're helping the chapter to vet the projects, make sure they're doable, and give them advice, like we're saying, that their insurance cost is going to increase, their operation costs are going to increase over what they're asking for. That's what we're looking at, what we're doing. So we are, my new CPMD director and I were working on it. We're putting some standard operating procedures. We're also putting a priority list together of which ones we need to get out first based on the deadline. We are in that mode right now. The first meeting we're going to have is September 15th, the internal one at Fire Rock, the one Seth wanted to have.
Okay.
So that will be over the projects that were in jeopardy. We're going to give them an update on all those, and then the 2020 projects to see how many of those we got the 5% allocated ADV now. And then we're going to, with that meeting, the coordination meeting with then the Mexico legislators will be that, I believe it is on the 13th of October. But we'll be ready for that meeting based on our pre-meeting on
They were done.
September 15th at Fire.
And October 13th.
Yeah, it's that is the regular coordination meeting. This other one, this internal one, we call it. That's to be announced, and New Mexico is going to host that.
I do. I just want to know for our budget, the comprehensive budget. Every year we're waiving your 5-year plan. So that's a tool that could help prioritize these projects. Because then we can make a commitment or looking at comprehensive funding, how the FRF office is helping us correlate like what has sent funding. And we may need to start realigning that with what, I mean, this money is not, we can't print it.
Yes.
And so we have to have a comprehensive conversation about, there has to be a way to force prioritization. And that could be hard at the community level with expectations. And maybe that goes into politics because next year is an election year. But we have to be able to say,
what are the priorities of the nation? So if we want everyone to have water and power and broadband, then how does that reflect on the chapter plans? And those should be the priority. Because you can go on these larger buildings, and I have communities who are, if they want to lobby and the legislatures want to give them that money, I just can't commit to say I can give you those millions of dollars and then look in our budget to maintain and operate those buildings. So I think we have to go back to that 5-year plan, because what's the status of that? Are we gonna waive that for this budget year? The 5-year ICIP Navajo Nation plan? Sedation, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. I'm just gonna hand back over to Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee members. Thank you for the question again. We are working, so the 5-year plan is waived. We are working on it right now. We have the capital outlay projects, the FRF projects, the CSN projects. Now we're accumulating based on the legislation of all the projects listed in the UUFB. We're extracting all that, and there'll be another, we're thinking about another 80 projects that are going to come out of there. And then the permanent trust funds too, there's another list of projects. So a lot of that, we're looking over about 800 projects that we're going to be listing and putting the deadlines on and getting those out is based on the time limits on that's what we're working on right now. Yeah.
What's your timeline? A quarter? How long? If we have 30, should be here, like. I think there's this day,
Thank you, Madam Chair. The timeline is going to be based on the current projects. We got to vet them first. A lot of them, like the power lines, they're on all kind of funding. Some are CSN, some are in the capital outlay project, and some are in the FRF. So what the IDIQ contractors are going to do is get those projects out of there. If it's in the New Mexico capital outlay, the deadline's next year, we're going to keep it in there so we keep the money. Then they have to replace that project out of the FRF. So that's the first thing we got to do is there's some projects, especially the power line, the water line, the bathroom additions. Some of them have been taken care of. And some of the clients that they had listed also deceased. So we have to update those and put them in the right category where we're going to use them. And then we can develop our 5-year plan. There's a lot of projects in that situation.
Mr. Castillo, for clarification, is there a time frame that would take you to collect that data? Mr. Castillo?
Good morning, Chairperson, committee.
State your name.
My name is Dwayne Wasita. I'm the CRCPMD manager. 6 weeks in the making. So my observation is going to take us about a year because one of the things is trying to get a good structure of what is the actual big needs out there. One of the things that take into account with the capital improvement plan is that after we put product out there, the assets, how are we going to maintain them? I'm seeing some struggles on operation maintenance costs if we put new buildings out there, because going through this past budget session, looking at the hearing, new product, new buildings, operation maintenance costs. So my thoughts in the first review is looking at infrastructure. That's the most critical thing that we need. Once you have critical infrastructure in these local communities and rural areas, that will enhance the health, safety, fire, and response. And those are the communication. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. And this doesn't have to be a collaboration with INDOT, looking at how we can blend that infrastructure for the capital improvement plan with the roadways and everything that we have. With the amount of monies that we put into power lines and water lines, those are some of the things that we need to look at, because N2A is always looking at cost. If we build water lines and say like a client only has $800 of SSI every month, that might be a burden on those areas too, because not be able to pay for her monthly charges of power and water. So, but that's kind of the structure that I'm looking at. It's not going to be next month. It's gonna take about a year. Because we're gonna vet some of these projects that we have now and actually look at the real structure. There's been a lot of master planning that has went on, but then we haven't really built that structure to say this is what we're gonna priority aspects of it, and that's where I'm looking at. The other part with the New Mexico funds, the TIF funds there is having, looking at some of the power lines, they're struggling with right of way. Right of way is taking up to a year. And so this, because of New Mexico State is a multi-different land status, so taking those accounts as if chapters ask for money from New Mexico State, look at the money first, or looking at doing the planning part of it, acquire those right of ways, acquire all the requirements, then we ask for money at the third year. So setting up criteria is something that I'm looking at. In helping those criteria, if we're, chapter wants a new chapter house, well, we keep it at a minimal, 4,000 square foot. For some of them I'm seeing, they're 9,000, 10,000 square feet. And then when I run the calculations on operation maintenance costs, you're looking at $40,000 a year. Go back and look at the annual budgets that the chapter has. That's not going to support them. So they're going to be struggling on trying to operate and maintain those buildings. So, but it's going to take, the earliest is probably within a year to have a good draft of what we're going to look at and setting those priorities up. Madam Chair, back to you.
No, I just will write that down, so that'll be a legislative concern, so that it's documented on this comprehensive budget. Because we've been waiting since 2017 for a 5-year plan, so this has some historic background, so we're gonna 6 years. We've waited 6 years for a 5-year plan. This is very application. So legislative concern, I'm sure you have a copy of what that looks like, legislative concern. So what'll just be is identified that this 5-year plan, who's responsible, will be the director of civil setup. And then it was just after, like we would need an update probably like quarterly on your progress so that we're ready for the next. So if you're saying a year, we would want, it would need to be done before the next fiscal year. Just like how we pass our audit, we would want to pass a 5-year plan.
Yeah, shut down.
So as part of this portion, there's my thoughts on here will help us doing the proper planning of every year for budgeting for the field office for the chapters. Knowing what we're going to be anticipating, and it gives us that budgetary number to look at, that if we put new buildings in there, this is how much we're going to need every year for the resource. So just want to add that in.
Thank you. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, do you have any other questions for presentation? Second call for questions. Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you, Chair, and colleagues, other questions. I thought we added this on the report, it was the discussion, that's other probably brought up at the end there. And Chair, my question to you is, I think that waive that. Budget, or you can try and look for guidance, including their years that way here.
Are you telling me?
And then, second, I just want to voice, my concern that it seems like there are a series of liabilities that come to the nation through this capital outlay process, and it's where another sovereign is forcing us to potentially put up, not based off the actions of the nomination, but based off the actions of the individual subdivision or the nation. It's a chapter, and I think that that's really inappropriate, and I try not to interfere in Mexico. All of that. But when it comes to making decisions about what's increased damage funding, whether it's a series of potential $10,000 appropriations or it's $400,000 appropriations, that's a tremendous amount of money. Money that we really don't have, in my opinion. So I really appreciate everybody trying to force the discipline on how we make those decisions and what that process looks like. And it sounds like that's been Mexico delegation involved.
Because the operations and maintenance is the ton, right? And we have two, just like we don't have enough money to take care of the roads, we don't have enough money to take care of. And we just need to get serious and not indulging every sort of request that comes out. So that's just, the comments and the request to colleagues on that side of the board. But the last thing I wanted to ask is in the capital outlay process, does DCD provide any sort of advisement or technical analysis to say, last year we had this amount for capital outlay match, and this year we're projecting, where that would be, that we're in this amount for capital outlay match, and that can really be a function of how much is really submitted to the state, and a way to then say, here is the overall request that should go out. You could advise the delegates and say, well, okay, we shouldn't be requesting X amount because that way exceeds it, what we'll be able to reasonably match. To me, when I look at those capital outlay dollars and the budget, that's just an extra, a few $1 million to chapters. None of the other chapters I didn't see, but a few narrow exceptions for federal funding. I think those exceptions were the airports that were constructed, and that was 5% of the major kids in. That was just like 3 projects. So, in terms of like parity and equity, I don't know how we can try and come up with that. I want to see the state investing, and I want to see the nation contribute to those investments if it's required. But right now, I think it is unfair. Doesn't mean there's anything we can do about it necessarily, but I just gotta state that for the record. So just that one last question, that sort of advisement and how you feel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Slater, for the question. As I came on board, the first thing I looked at for DCD is to develop operation like the public works at county. We're gonna house engineering, architects, surveyors, project managers, people that can do the procurement and do the advertising. We're gonna house that. And then we'll go out and work with the chapters and say, what projects are you developing? And then we'll give them a good bidding cost estimate of what they're asking for, and then give them advice as to what they were asking for, what the operation maintenance cost. That is can come with it. So we're developing that right now. That's in the process.
What's the timeline for that?
Yeah, probably by the years.
Yeah, so I'm documenting all of this, so I'll be on the budget. Because what I find is the programs will give us a timeline. And then when we ask for an update, no action has been completed until they get a notice of back on the agenda. So this is so critical for the budget process for the future, because $40 million of our funds is coming out of permanent trust fund interest income. And so we're at a deficit. So we're looking at, we're gonna have to start looking at like scaling back what we use for general funds. But if we could maximize different areas to bring in and to offset state funding, because we'll have to have a conversation like what now we do for projects. And Arizona does provide minimal support, nor like at the county level, because you have to use your cash, your cash fund for Arizona projects. If like Apache County is in funding. So there are projects, but if we can see that comprehensively, and I agree with delegates say there's been like 7 chapters. I have 1 chapter code that's in Apache County, and then Red Valley, half of it's in Apache County, Arizona, and the other half is in San Juan County, New Mexico. And no, they're actually only allowed projects on the New Mexico side. That's not where the community is based at.
Yeah.
So that comes with the challenge of how you do that. So we need to have, that's why we need the navigation ICIP to look at how are we going to move forward with priorities. And maybe that could be a conversation for this committee working with the council. I'm going to assume it's water, power, As like, to make sure everyone has access to that infrastructure, but, that, and then I think as we go through like the significant projects. Because there could be, projects that have been submitted that maybe now, what we now know should be incorporated into another project to provide, water power to the community, so.
I'm gonna turn it back over to Mr. Castillo.
Just my vision that public works is where I see we can benefit and help chapters out because they lack project managing skills, even estimating. Even some of the programs that receive the ARPA dollars, the project managers they hired, they're giving all the projects to us.
Yeah.
So we're gonna house it, we're gonna make that commitment to get the people that needs to be in CP&D to provide all that expertise and that is as the president said, he doesn't want to revert any money back, and that's what I'm aiming at also. That'll be my.
Thank you. So if you could help me, Mr. Castillo, in Title 26, so the function of the chapter and their leadership, what role do they play in developing these projects or being project managers? So I know we're moving forward with IDIQ. But we have to say then, what is the role or function of a chapter official in the future if we're consulting out some of these work duties? What else, how will chapter officials be involved in this if they're not having to do the project management? We're paying a premium consultants. You can answer now or when we have a follow-up, because that's going to be a question. Is what is the role of the chapter officials play then in moving projects forward?
Mr. Castillo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Project for the question again. Under Title 26, we're treating them with chapters like an entity that's going to do the project on their own. So what we're doing at DCD is setting up sub-recipient agreements with the chapter. Also, we put a IGA together on what the roles are going to be. And once they sign that IGA saying that they're going to take on the project, and then we give it to them. So they're going to be responsible for the technical assistance or how they're going to get it. They can still come to us and say, we need some help, then we'll help them out. But most of the chapters say that they hired somebody to do the project management.
Committee members, do you have any other last questions? Vice Chair Sutter?
Thank you. Here's a couple things. For the appropriations that are made last year's Arizona State budget, could you review that? And I mean, I would appreciate it this committee under the principle of parity to consider making matches to the projects that were allocated that don't necessarily have full funding or it'd be significantly diminished scopes of work. Because, just there's billions of dollars that go out the door in Mexico either every year or every few years based off of how the capital allocates towards Arizona. Citizens don't have that same benefit, and I think the chair is wrapping up so she can answer the question that I had is she's going to attempt to waive the capital allocation plan requirements in this year's comprehensive budget allocation, but as a matter of principle, we waive certain provisions, and I think the requirement of BIM that says it has to be a match requirement. And I know this was brought up in Delegate Arvizo's allocations of backup by the grader or something. There's no requirement that there's a match, it's just there is an allocation and you're going to make it. So, if the council is going to consider making funding available in instances like that, I think that should also be available on the Arizona side. But yeah, and just Sure, I'm curious to know, are you going to move forward with the waiver in this year's budget, or are you gonna try and work with Mr. Castillo and Mr. Rosetta? Get something included for the comprehensive budget?
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Right now, I think, well, I'm gonna ask Mr. Castillo, I know that you are pressed for time on the subrecipient agreements for the transition between the IDCMQ contract. What is your limitation on time at this point to create a outlay for the whole nation at this point?
With the budget and everything that's going on right now, and then the timeline that we have on this, the New Mexico side, and then also the ARPA that we're trying to push as fast as we can. You probably need what, in 3 weeks? I don't know. I don't know if we can come up with a plan.
It's gonna be hard. Honestly, it's gonna be hard trying to look at, because what's.
Yeah. Not this year, located. Oh.
Okay. Was there, sorry, how?
Was that?
Yeah.
Chairperson, the way, doing the CIP, we need to work with the regional, the chapters to really see what they need. We can see what we can put into this plan. And I think if we rush into it and just throw something out there, it's not gonna be beneficial to really establish a budget forecast. And that budget forecast of the CIP is gonna look at what monies we can work with. And one things that some observation that I talked with Mr. Castillo is that we need, if we're gonna accept TIP monies and New Mexico outline money, we need to have some type of operational monies attached to that thing for staffing. If we're gonna have a project to do this, we gotta have some type of operation, maybe 10% off of the project value of that to have the fund staffing. Then we don't have to use trouble funds to the staffing portion to carry out those monies. Because every grant monies that I've worked with, they usually have a set aside for operation that you can utilize for staffing costs. So those are some of the things that we've been looking at that would be part of this, the CIP program, because you'll have a bit idea what the resources you're gonna need to have to do the operation, and then what you're gonna be utilizing for the activities. The last part of the CIP is gonna have the O&M costs on there, the estimate. I know it's impossible. If we do this, is there, what value of monies that we need to protect and ensure that asset that we brought on to the Navajo Nation government is protected. So those are some of the costs that we're looking at. Okay, so it's gonna be hard to pull something together right away. I wish we had the program would have had a stronger file management systems. And that's one of the things that we're looking at, that file management, so we can at least kind of track all the stuff that has transpired over the last several years.
Thank you, Mr. Lucida, for answering, and also Mr. Castillo for providing that background to the committee and to the question posed by Vice Chair Slater about the waiver. It is, after collective discussion from the committee and the development of the priorities of the Budget and Finance Committee, in our priorities, we listed that we would not earmark dollars. In essence, what that means is that we would make data-based decisions, and that includes all expenditures and appropriations that come before the Budget and Finance Committee. And in order for us to do that, we need to make sure that we have a comprehensive capital outlay plan for the Navajo Nation. In this year's comprehensive budget, I believe delegate Amber brought up a great point in how we can identify, because that is a challenge, it's an ongoing challenge, but I believe that this Budget and Finance Committee can set the precedent that this is an issue that we want to resolve in this 25th Navajo Nation Council. So I'll work with the committee on developing how we are going to expedite that process in the planning process, and also how we're going to make sure that the board can develop that capital outlay plan entirely. And thank you, Vice Chair, for raising that, we're working together as a committee to identify, the needs and this timeline, and thank you, Mr. Waseda, for coming on board to the, Division of Community Development. I know it's your fifth week, and I'm sure it's been a roller coaster ride so far. Mr. Castillo, thank you, for insight, in providing, the presentations to the committee. Do the members of the Budget and Finance Committee have further questions? Second call. Third call. I hear none. Ms. Nelson, can you do a roll call vote to accept today's report?
Yes, Chair, roll call vote on the second report. Honorable Norman and Gabe, vote.
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Norman and Gabe, green. Honorable Anderson is Bonfardi, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you today, Honorable Anderson is Bonfardi, votes green. Honorable Paul Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Slater, votes green. Honorable Seth David. Madam Chair, we have three members voting to be part of the closing. One member excused, and one member not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, for supervising the call vote, for the report. Thank you, Mr. Castillo and Ms. Rosetta and Ms. Shayla Draper for joining us today in the Budget and Finance Committee. With that, the Budget and Finance Committee, our motion carries, and the report has been accepted. We're gonna go to item C, the Rhino Health update, on the flood manufacturing. The presenters today are Sharon Gate, the General, Industrial Development, Economic Development. Mr. Yolanda is also with us,
Division director.
also.
And then we have DOJ. Yeah, Catherine Bolzowski.
Okay, thank you. And this is in regards to the update to the budget and trying on the investment and the leading of the Rhino Healthcare facility and church property. Mr. Perry or Catherine, at any time, can you notify the committee when sensitive or confidential information comes up, so the committee may resolve itself in executive session? Otherwise, we're going to turn the time over to the division director at this time.
Good morning, Budget and Finance Committee, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Tony Skolanis for the record. I am acting division director, but Seth told me call yourself division director. So, we have two parts of our conversation, and again, Catherine's on the line from DOJ, and also Charlene is our project lead on this project, so she'll really enlighten you. Tony is our project development director, but the first part is really the history of just really what's going on right now. And then there is sensitive data. There's a lien by the city of Gallup. There's discussion about asset. There's discussions about what to do if things don't work out. So I think that part should be an executive conversation, Shananta. But I will leave it up to our team here to really advise when is appropriate that we should go into executive session. But with that, I'll turn it over to my team, Shananta.
Thank you, Tony. Maybe we can start with the public information first, and then when we start discussing the finances, we also have a controller here too, as well, to provide further advice, but I'll turn that over.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We have a little handout, and I don't know if you received it. So we'll be working off that document and believe that Ryan is right for executive session.
Right. Committee members.
I have comments.
Okay, colleagues, the Division of Economic Development is recommending the executive session, but before we consider that, I'm gonna open up the floor to the members of the Budget and Finance Committee for any comments or questions. Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. I've read this report, the same that email out a couple days ago, and I'm not really sure what you can discuss in executive session, except for potential issues related to the lien, but I mean, the lien is public, so that's a public thing. It's not private. To me, it only comes into what is the issue of an action committee as opposed to. And that, to me, is protected by attorney-client privilege, but I think some of this is about underlying business operations and, you know, that somehow needs to be protected information, and that was conveyed to the division, then I can respect that. I think we need to be really specific about what that is. A lot of the information seems to be general and not going to improve some sort of competitive disadvantage because of the actions of the council that I as a company. So, yeah, that's if there's more, I guess, to resolve ourselves in the executive session. I think personnel matters. It's the matter. Something that could be really sensitive, related to the confidentiality of businesses with information. I just want to make sure that that justification is provided if we're to that. So that those are my comments. I guess the request for more justification from what really needs to be in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm also going to ask for that he was identified as one of the agents, Mr. Lasky. Do you have any further advice on that?
I would, in regards to the question regarding, Douglas later about the executive session, probably number 2, but it could be number 2, in regards to litigation that maybe that happened in regards to the situation.
There needs to be an executive session because
No, I think you could, part of it probably, I think if the program can provide the overview of the current situation, but if there's any more detail that's potential actions that need to be taken, that probably would have to go to executive session. But I think that is the current status of it, session.
Thank you, Mr. Lasky. We'll continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Good that you've got a chance to review. And I think that's what we're trying to do here is provide the response to the article that was in the paper a week ago. And we thought that this is the time to present our view on the Division of Economic and the nominations week. So with that in mind, I'd like to turn the time over to Charlie Brigade. He's the project lead on this development, all the way from beginning to this stage. Thank you.
Hi, and it's Charlene Begay, not Sharon, and I'm with project development. So this was asked of me by our division director to respond to the article because the newspaper article did not interview anyone from the Navajo Nation, and they did not interview me as well. And so this is what we put together. So contrary to the news article, Rhino Health has not abandoned or vacated their site, their business. They have a temporary pause on their business operation and furloughed or laid off their employees for 30 to 45 days. Today is day 44, and I am in contact with Mr. Lee every Friday, either by text or by phone. And I reminded him today is day 44, and if there was any updates. And he continues to say that he's waiting on the investors on their financial injections to their company, new investors within the state of Texas. And also the action that was done at Church Rock also happened at their Fort Worth office on the same day at the end of June. So that week, Mr. Lee met with us and he told us of his actions, and then we asked for a follow-up meeting. So as a D&D employee and following the lease, they're to give notice to us on what is transpiring. So I reminded Mr. Lee of that in his lease, and he did. So he did give a notice and wrote to, as it says in the lease, to the president and to the division. So he says, quote, "We would like to give you our latest update about Rhino Health situation. Lately, we have come into cash flow challenges to sustain factory operations. It's with a heavy heart that we had to stop operation at our facility as of June 30th. For many months, we've tried very hard to get our financing and investment to continue operation. There's an investor starting to do due diligence, which we estimate will take 30 to 40 days. During this period, we had to stop the operation due to not having enough working capital support to have support. We are hoping that the investment / financing will come through. We will update you and division staff, division team on the development with any progress. Sincerely, Mark Lee, CEO, Rhino Health." Regarding the utilities, NTUA does not provide utility to this industrial park at Church Rock. NTUA does provide water to Fire Rock Casino, but to this facility, it does not. So the utilities are provided by the city of Gallup. We have plans to try to change that with the new Gallup water pipeline of 277B. And we, for those tenants and future tenants to get their water from NTUA versus City of Gallup. Regarding the billing issues, Rhino has been working with Gallup on the high cost of their high cost of utilities, mainly it's water. Recently, both parties worked out an agreement which was approved by the city council. During the same week that the nation was notified, Mr. Lee also notified the mayor and verbally told him about the pause in operation and employee furloughs. The actions of the city attorney putting a lien on the facility in its context was discovered via posts at the Church Rock building for overdue utility bills. The lien was never given to the division, but to the Department of Justice, who shared it with Mr. Skalanis. Also, what was talked about in the article was about LEDA funding. The LEDA funding is between the company and the state of New Mexico. And that is based on employment that a company brings to New Mexico, if you will. And that information I discovered through the LEDA program is that Rhino is behind on their reporting, and they've been allocated less than $3 million, but they have to meet those employment numbers. So thus, that's the reason for their expansion. They have not submitted specifically the last 2 quarters reports from the human resource director. Mr. Roper, the manager of the program with the state, had called Mr. Lee to find out what was happening. Mr. Roper received the same message that we received. Rhino is still under due diligence with a proposed investor. The IRB that was also mentioned in the article, it was to our understanding that this did not transpire, but we made inquiries as of this writing that I have here, that from the county manager, Mr. Demas, that they did get one for $16 million for their equipment. And industrial revenue bonding is a method of financing that a business can get for their business operations, especially in manufacturing. That's used a lot by manufacturing businesses. So that number is actually 16 million. And it's in 2 phases, one for building 1 and also for building 2. So what's gonna happen next is that we keep in direct contact with Mr. Lee. And he is nearing the end of their due diligence, and we hope that this financial injection will help to bring the business back in operation. And we're hoping for a positive result because we want, of course, those Navajos to continue to have their jobs. That's our work. We have extended an invitation to the investors to come to Navajo and come and visit us. And also, we have also said we will come out to see them. And if they want to learn more about the nation, we're willing to do that. So we have done that as the landlord. As you know, and a lot of businesses know that the climate has drastically changed after COVID. Post-COVID supply chain issues, pricing and raw materials has changed dramatically, especially for this operation. Hiring and retaining of employees has been very difficult for small businesses and large businesses. The cost of business is at an all-time high in our economy, not only here, but everywhere globally. An event that the Rhino House seizes their operations at Church Rock, the division will work on closeout, if any, and discussions with the appropriate oversight committees regarding the construction of Church Rock. The project has been delayed for 7 months due to the managerial changes at NECA. That's our construction contractor. So they are under a contract called CMA, Construction Management at Risk. And that is a different type of construction contract to keep the price down. And for us, it's keeping within the funding that we do have. So we are at a CMAR contract with NECA with another acronym GMP, which is Guaranteed Maximum Price. So for that contract and the architect and engineering contract, as well as the inspector contract, those funds are coming out of SASIN, sales tax, and then New Mexico capital outlay, which I'm getting the notice of obligation done with the Secretary of Indian Affairs. So for this, for the CMAR is $16,234,092.64. So out of those 3 sources of funding is how the construction contract. As you can see, the design is ready. We're staying within our budget. It's not for the complete footprint because we can't afford it. The price of steel and siding has gone astronomical. And we hope to keep within the price of the GMP by ordering our materials early when we're ready to erect those materials in spring. So that's the essence of my report. I understand Catherine's going to give you a report on about the lien because she's working on that.
Thank you. Nice to be with Sarah for today. We apologize. I think that's how it's written on today's agenda. And Mr. Perry or Mr. John, would you also like to turn the time over to Ms. Catherine Belfast?
Thank you, Sherilyn. At this time, I don't know if I have really too much to add to what Mr. David Ontario has stated. I think that, anything I would want to say today, maybe probably further, I would do in session, just to go over what the potential, how we're looking at moving forward with this, with the lien and the potential to develop this possibly. So with the first that's what we'd be interested in hearing about.
Thank you, Mr. Belfast. Mr. Stonehouse?
Sure, there's several considerations. Let's say plan A is this financing works out right. Plan B, we've initiated efforts in case this doesn't come together, and we're at the ready to look at everything from, what we do with the assets. I mean, there's millions and millions of dollars worth of equipment in there. There's employees that need to be replaced into other employment. 95% of the employees are Navajo. Madam Chair and the committee here. And so those are some of the considerations and I think from the a business standpoint, there's an all-time need for manufacturing space right now too. So everybody, with this housing initiative, so I think from the division standpoint, and again, the other thing that we have to consider is like 25% of businesses fail within the first 2 years, 40% within the first 5 years. I mean, there's some challenges here. We can't get 100% reassurance that businesses are going to succeed. It's probably harder to do business on Navajo, so there's some things that we're working against here, but just be assured that we are considering all facets of what to do in the worst case scenario. But that leads to the lean discussion.
Mr. Sirlanes, does that conclude your report?
Yes.
Thank you. Committee members, would anyone like to motion to accept today's report? Delegate Anderson has been providing motions. Do we have a second? Sorry. Vice Chair Slater. Seconds the motion. Committee members, do we have any questions on the report? Shadow Delegate Anderson has been providing.
Yes, I appreciate it. Appreciate the written report, and so I think what what's not in the report is in terms of, when should we expect Mr. Lee to provide information to the nation regarding the due diligence? Like, is there a solid time when that's going to be completed? And in terms of, I just think what I'm just trying to do is protect Navajo Nation assets. So we made an investment, we weren't here directors from this, but we have Rhino and their team at the very table who provided a lot of assurances to the nation. Considering that it was low risk, what it was going to provide to the nation. We actually brought up a lot of these challenges when it came to water and the amount of water the company would need. And Rhino's team, I can remember, I forget his name, but I remember his face, had assured us that that was built into the business model, into the concept. And so I understand, and this is where, the nation, we're always in the gray areas. How do we move forward with economic development using the cash on hand? Because that's not we're not, what do you call that? Venture capitalists, right? We have to take calculated risk. So I just want to be clear, what is the financial, what have we invested into this building? And is it just the building? It's my understanding the way we negotiated was it was to invest in the building and then hopefully the business succeeded. So I just need to know like where we're at with the money we have injected Navajo Nation. The city of Gallup and the state of New Mexico will have their their arrangements with the business. But if I could get that clarified, that would help me. And then at what point, because the business itself, if I remember correctly, the business site lease, I don't think they're paying us. So do they owe us anything as a business? That's not clear to me. And then if you feel like, because what I'm hearing from your conversation, I don't know if you feel confident that they'll get that injection of investment and we may have to pivot to another type of industry, then what to do with phase two. That's what I'm looking at, the phase two. And I've always had the challenge that this is all fee land, so we're paying taxes to the county. But I can see the vision. It's just, this is now a challenge. That's my question.
I'll give the time back over to Ms. Gage to answer the question.
For the investment that you were saying that the nation has done currently is in building one is about 233,000 because it's concrete tilt up. There needed to be ventilation done, so we helped our tenant with that. And that's what we worked on with the tenant because it's a specialized manufacturing. And when we built the facility, it was just a shell, just like this is going to be a shell. And that
you know, they put in the equipment, so that's what we did for the first one. When will we see a return on investment? Remember, I did that economic impact study, and I could resend that to the committee again. But we did what was called an analysis of economic impact rhino health expansion would bring, and we talked about the multiplier effect. And we said that the total direct project expenditure or the effect would be $103 billion. Now, this was pre-COVID. When COVID happened, they put in their equipment like March 18. Everybody closed March 30th. And then they were slammed because they are PPP operation. So they were working day and night, trying to produce, because there was no way that people were supposed to buy from China or Asian companies of gloves. And that was the selling point for them to be successful in the first year because of that criteria that they were made in America, made in Native America. And they had a medical grade texture that made it appropriate to be a PPP. So I can send this report again to you. The lease was approved by RDC, and it's like a master lease with between Navajo Nation and Church Rock Development LLC, so that other businesses could also happen within the Church Rock Development. And one of them first one is Rhino Health. So they have, the master lease was executed in April 2020. That's when it was executed. So it was like right when pandemic happened. And they have a 5-year development period. And then the sublease we do have, which is between Rhino and Church Rock Development. And that was given to us in December of 2020. It wasn't done quickly because of the pandemic, but we did receive that and it has been executed. The master lease, because it's on fee land, I did go to the county and I did get it recorded by the county during the pandemic time. So those have been done the appropriate way you're supposed to do it. So the first payment, monthly payment is $14,400 beginning April 2026. And that's the monthly rate. And that will be paid to the Sayasin Fund. That language is written in there that it will be paid back to the Sayasin Fund. And I think I'm still proud to say that this is the only Sayasin Fund that's going back to the actual fund, other than the other funds. I may be wrong. I haven't been paying attention to all the appropriations that happen, but I'd like to say that, you know, that's what I've done with other leases to then our BIDF fund, because we're trying to reinvest in the work that we do. So we're paying, the intent is to pay back. Just on a side note, the company either gave, donated, or was procured to the Navajo Nation and all their enterprises, as well as the government chapters, community development companies, nonprofits, 70 pallets during the pandemic, especially the first 6 months, 70 pallets of gloves. And that's what they did as a community to try to help, you know, the fears of people regarding that respiratory disease. So just, I think I answered your question, Ms. Crotty, right? Mm-hmm.
Begin speaking, let's Sparrow. I believe one of the delegates members had the price questions was in regards to the reporting back to the Navajo Nation. When will they then report back to them?
Today's Friday, so that's my morning call to Mr. Lee, and he was able to answer. And he said I said, okay, we're at day 44, Mr. Lee. Where are we at? Are we close to the end?
do you feel like it's gonna be positive? I believe it's gonna be positive because I want those Navajos to go back to work. And he says, Charlene, I wish it was faster than this, but he says, I haven't heard, but we're supposed to be towards the end. And you have to understand too, he's under a non-disclosure type thing, not to say the exact things that are happening with the business, so he just generalizes. So that's what he has told me today.
Thank you, Ms. McGinn.
Mhm.
Colleagues, do we have further questions on the report today? Vice Chair Slater?
Do I continue following that?
I just wanted to ask them if, well, I don't want to speculate, so I just was gonna ask Chair and Committee if we could schedule a time where we are notified if the business will be solvent and continue, and then to see what we can if it sounds like we've only put 233,000 into this building for this specialized, so I just need to verify that. That's really what I need to do at this point. I do have questions about the meetings, I'll wait for the secretary. Because I don't know what the city is doing.
Thank you, Shannon. Mr. Lawrence and Ms. Sarah can work together with the committee, to notify the committee when a determination has been made. If the committee can make that recommendation through directive, but I'm gonna ask, if we can work directly together to, after a presentation. Thank you.
My question is. In the lease agreement that RDC approved. What are the terms of like abandoning the business or stopping operations? Like when that happens. What we go and yeah, remove that. Record stuff.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I'm gonna turn over to Ms. BA.
Well, based on my experience with other tenants and what usually is the same in here in this lease, is that, if they have abandoned, then we work on a termination. Some type of termination, whether it's mutual termination or unilateral termination. And also, we'll also look to that jargon that's in the language about terminating, because they would be terminating before the term has ended. So then we would be under discussion about that. I know Catherine's going to talk to you about things about utilities, and that's under the executive session. But that's what we would do as a department, is work. And because this is on fee land, that work for that phase falls on the department to do. Usually falls on real estate department, because it's not on trust land. It's on fee land, so our department will work on that. And we'll work on terminating the lease and packaging it.
Thank you, Ms. BA. Vice Chair Slater, give us a specific question.
Yeah, I guess like you just said jargons, like what is it? You have to apply speculation, that's not what's taking place. Maybe you can email it to me or just answer that in more detail later.
Sure.
So, Sarah, can you email the RDC lease to the budget?
Yeah, just I'll leave that.
Vice Chair, do you have further questions?
I want to ask about the meeting, but I think that needs to be an executive session, so if anybody else has questions on motion to enter executive session for 15 minutes to discuss. And the people with the DOJ, the presenters, the controller. Is there anyone else who think needs to be in here? No? Okay. What's that?
motion on the floor to enter executive session for more than 15 minutes with the Division of Economic Development, DOJ, the Office of the Controller, and staff. We have a motion by Vice Chair Sitting. We have a second to enter executive session. Should the delegate Amber Knapper who's second to the motion. Do we have any questions?
Is anybody else gonna be in here?
No, I think you're identified. Vice Chair, Vice Chair Slater, nobody else. With that, I really want to be in here. You're a compliment to enter executive.
Yeah, I'll trade if anyone wants. We give you my-
I was like, I don't know which I wanted.
Or we use the, small.
The speakers conference room, where is?
Don't even see this.
Is it available?
Yeah.
Holly, can you see if there's anyone in the speakers up? Okay.
So we don't have to set up Zoom.
No, we'll go into there.
But I'm saying,
Here it is available, just filling in the whole seat. She usually sets up a Zoom.
we don't need.
Well, we don't need.
We needs to participate.
All the.
It was-
Okay, all right, great, let's do a roll call vote.
After we'll public for the executive session. Cancel.
One moment in the game, how do you vote?
I'm a lovely and being experience. I'm looking at the party, how do you vote? Thank you. So you are not looking at that party game. I'm a plus later, how do you vote?
Great.
Thank you. I'm a plus later for experience. I'm with that fan. I have something in, not moving our role. Our effort is excused. Madam Chair, you have to remember voting in favor of the opposing. Remember not voting on the excuse. Madam Chair, not voting on the chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and with that, we will enter into executive session and come back at 12 p.m.
Amber, Lofty, Lofty, Pazua.
I don't. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your patience. We have a motion on the floor right now to exit the executive session by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Do you have a second? Do you have a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Shadow Delegate Amber Nazar seconds the motion. Do you have any comments and questions about exiting the executive session? Second call. Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, if you roll call vote.
Yes, Madam Chair, roll call vote on the motion out of executive section. Lauren and Jay, how do you vote? Here, I want to leave David Green, Honorable Everything Party, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate.
Thank you, Honorable Everything Party, Screen, Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Please.
Thank you, Honorable Carl Slater, the screen. Enter is excused. Honorable Seth Freeman. Madam Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative or opposing. Remember excused, when we're not voting, Madam Chair, not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and with that, we have, the motion was taken at 12:11, so we're gonna, for the record, exit out of executive session at 12:11. We are back on the report from the Health and the Development of Economic Development, also the Department of Justice. Do you have further questions on the report? Second call. Third call. I hear none, Ms. Nelson, can we do a roll call vote to accept today's report?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you, read the motion and second part on the report, please?
On the report, Delegate Amber Vanessa Crotty on the main motion, and it was seconded by Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Roll call vote on the second report. Honorable Norman and Jay, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Norman and Jay, vote screen. Honorable Amber Party, how do you vote?
Shadow Delegate.
Thank you, Honorable Amber Party, vote screen. Honorable Carl Slater. Thank you, Honorable Carl Slater, vote screen. Honorable Seth Damon. Madam Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative or opposing. Madam Chair, opposing, one excused, and one not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. And thank you to the Division of Economic Development for your report today.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to item 5D, which is the housing purchase financial analysis and the land acquisition trust process. In regards to the legislating that was presented at the Navigation Council. Today we have our presenters, which is the area controller, Mr. Sean McCabe. Also, the investment manager of the Navigation Jeremy Jimmy, the office controller. We've also invited Mr. Mike Colonna as well. Honest from the economic development, but I also believe we have Mr. Melvin. So I'm gonna turn the time over to Mr. McCabe and Mr. to give their own work.
Fully, so Chair, I wanted to actually show you it is the last important.
Okay, I'm going to recognize.
Thank you, Chair. The directive I wanted to issue was the Department of Justice and the Office will continue to legal financial review of everything that they should liabilities before practice. Tuesday next week.
You guys your secretary. Why did you know that, sir?
Yeah, stays. So 4 days, yeah. COD is 15.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor for a directive to the Office of Controller, Office of Division the Division of Economic Development in DOJ. Do you have a second to the motion? Sure. Shannon Delegate Amber, has the second to the directive, the motion for the directive. Do you have any questions on the directive? Hearing none, Smith, Nelson, can you take the roll call vote on the directive?
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll call vote on the directive. Honorable Norman and Gay, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Norman and Gay votes green. Honorable Albert Kenneth Harding, how do you vote? Sorry, I vote green. Thank you, Gay. Honorable Albert Kenneth Harding votes green. Honorable Mark Slater, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Mark Slater votes green. Mark Hassett excused. Honorable Companion. Madam Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, they're opposing, and one excluding, one for not voting. Madam Chair, not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you, yeah, Madam Chair, Parish, and members of the committee. So we have a brief discussion on the Goldings purchase. Just wanted to update you on some of the updates that have happened over the past couple of days since this directive has given out. I know there is a want for a report from Jeremy and myself to kind of give a financial analysis of this. I do know that I and Jeremy went through the legislation, which is about 1,000 pages long. I know I went through it and looked at all of the exhibits. And I know Jeremy did also have a independent cursory review done by Sovereign Finance. They gave a report, but I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. I did give a quick cursory look at it just now. And I think they're basically concluding the same thing that we are, which is at this point, there's really not enough information to give a financial outlook on the Goldings purchase. The 2 things for the committee and the council to consider is there's basically 2 assets that you would be purchasing. There's the asset of the assets that are the land and the buildings and the contents. And that was, I think, we don't have really much questions as far as the appraisal that's in the legislation. But the other side of the assets and liabilities you're also purchasing is the business side. So the revenues, you're basically purchasing the revenues and expenses of the business. But along with that is any potential liabilities that may exist on the balance sheet. So, and other assets. So I think one of the main things that we need to do, Jeremy and myself, is when we are allowed access to the full set of financial statements, I think we need to do a pretty good in-depth look at the balance sheet. If there's any liabilities that would become Navajo Nation liabilities during operations, et cetera. And then even the cash flow statements, because the cash flow statements can reveal a lot as far as actual performance. So I do know Jeremy, he did some cursory review with what the information was available. I did a review of the information in the legislation, and really in legislation, you have an appraisal that does have some historical and forecasted revenues in it. However, there's not actual financials in there. And so then you have a bunch of like NEPA stuff and geological surveys, and then some other documents in there. I did read the agreement at the end of the legislation, and in section 4.03, it does say that once negotiations start on the purchase, then we have access to the financial statements going back to 2018. Now, unless I'm wrong, and anyone at the table can correct me if I'm wrong, but in order to get access to that, we have to go into negotiations with them, and we have to pay the $50,000 earnest money. So in order to start the process of a financial review, we have to put $50,000 up front in earnest money. If we do a review and end up not going through with the purchase, we're out the $50,000. But one way or another, it's a way to hold the investment and allow due diligence to start. So Jeremy, I don't know at this point, I did, the report was just emailed to Peggy about 30 minutes ago. I did ask her to hold it until I could review it. Oh, you did already? Okay, it's okay. If you guys have it, just go ahead. I don't think there's anything in there contrary to what I just said, unless you know something, but I'll let Jeremy make some comments on that. Well, good morning, BNF members. For the record, my name is Jimmy. I'm the investment manager at LOC and the investment section. Given the kind of the tight turnaround, we did have our consultant, Southern Finance, start to look at it too as well with us. And yesterday we prepared the report, and this morning we finalized it for distribution. So given that it was already emailed out, here are the hard copies that I was promising you. So that's there for you guys to read through. I'm taking it as more of an inquiry rather than a actual formal request for due diligence. So at that point, we're kind of just looking at what's been provided, and what's been provided was the legislation and all of its attachments. We do looked at the appraisal. We did question that a couple of years back. Some of the questions and concerns that we had was that who was it for intended, the appraisal? We don't know if it was for the Navajo Nation or if it was for Navajo hospitality, because it was addressed to Navajo hospitality. So that's kind of where we're thinking that it was done for them. We also don't have access to the financial statements, as well as interim controller just stated to as well, so we can do some analysis on what kind of liabilities are out there. We also have questions about the legislation and the way it's written, exactly what is the terms of the revenue source, the share, profit sharing. We also have questions about how much is needed, because it's saying 59 million from principal. Does that mean there, from the land acquisition fund, 3.6 million was given to them from investment income? So we don't know if it's 59.5 plus the 30.6 that was given to them in their annual budget. And so it gives us a new purchase price. We don't know that. We do have concerns that there's money that needs to be upfront before we can even start requesting for documents, just because we don't know the risk behind it. We also tried reaching out to tax commission, Navajo Nation Tax Commission, to get an understanding of what type of business activities are being conducted at the Golden's Lodge. We don't know if it's all the taxes are being for Navajo Nation or if it's going to the state of Utah, because on the overall report and the legislation, it's just kind of lumps it all together. So we want to know what was Navajo Nation's share of that and what kind of activities are being drawn from that, because then we can do a little bit more in-depth analysis. As we know, no fuel sales tax goes to roads. Any of the hotel tax goes to HOT. Anything other than that with sales tax goes back into essentially the general fund revenue plus this revenue sharing. So all of those different revenue streams that are built in plus the ancillary revenue, then we could get a determination of what type of a return on investments and then to conduct the financial analysis needed. Normally when we talk about investments, it's usually through a direct investment. Again, that's when we get kind of into the details. But once the money goes out, as if this was approved, then it's really, we believe that it's on DED to have done their due diligence and making sure that this is a sound investment for the Navajo Nation. We are concerned that it is a kind of a high dollar amount coming out of one funding source. The land acquisition fund is roughly about 233 million right now. So this would be a quarter of that funding needed for this purchase. So when you talk about the trust fund itself, where it's coming from, it's going to be without the recurring budget of about 25%. So I don't know if that was also taken into account, but that's something that we definitely red flag. But so they got 3.6 million this year for the investment income, but because of the reduction in principal that is needed for the purchase, the program might be getting 2.6, 2.8, but there's also a reduction in the recurring budget that will be allocated out. And I was trying to run through some rough numbers while I was sitting in the stands. It looks like it's probably a little bit more than 5 years to recover that funding level in the land acquisition fund. Given that they has a 2% set aside from the general fund revenue and also the investment income of the 5-year outlook of about 6.05% on average return. So there's definitely some more work that needs to be done. Just given, we had 2 days to really try to turn something around. We did the best we could with kind of a high overlook over everything. But in all honesty, I think if you would like us to look at it, we would need more detailed information on the financials. And we would also need to look at what kind of activities are there. We also, there's other revenue stream was the business site lease. They do have one for the airport itself. And so those are all, that's kind of the wrap up of my report right now from the reading. So that's kind of my wrap up of everything that we kind of gathered. And after you have Sovereign's report as well, that kind of lays out the groundwork that they've done too on their side.
I believe that what information requested in regards to the financial analysis that was posted earlier this week. But also maybe for the record, we also have everyone at the table just introduce themselves.
My name is Robert Allen. I'm the principal attorney at the Division of Natural Resources. I'm here in Mr. Halona's place. RDC is still reviewing our division's budget, and he's at that budget hearing. So he sent me over to attend this meeting for him. I anticipate that he'll be here as soon as he's done with RDC.
Thank you for being here with us. Maybe, so the question was about the land acquisition process and how those funds were might be applied to the. So we need to walk maybe through from your understanding through your experience in the division of natural resources, how the land acquisition is used to make purchases for the nomination.
Okay. We have land acquisition statutes and we have land acquisition rules and regulations. Generally, we get an offer to sell us land. And there's a listing of offers. And we have to select a probable offer, and then we do an investigation. Essentially, there's an inspection done of the property and a discussion of what we see there and the price. We also ask for an appraisal. And based on that information, plus an environmental site assessment, a determination is made whether or not we're going to purchase the property. And for purchases of $5 million or less, the executive director of the division has unilateral authority to approve those. For purchases between $5 million and $20 million, Budget and Finance Committee has the authority. And for amounts over $20 million, now the committee has authority to approve those kind of purchases. So basically, there are 3 requirements to purchase real estate. The first one is land must be desired for acquisition or disposition of nation. The second is Navajo Nation must purchase land with insurable title. And the purchase price for the land must be fair and reasonable. So we do the initial investigation. After we decide that it's a property suitable for acquisition, we either issue a letter of intent or an approval letter that sets out the boundaries of how much money we're going to spend and the other conditions of acquisitions. After this is done, we enter into negotiations for purchase of the property. And out of those negotiations, we draft a real estate purchase agreement. We also look at the background and title of the property. The title of the property has to be insurable with a title insurance policy. So there are conditions to issuing that, and they also give us a chain of title that tells us whether or not there's any clouds on the title to the property. And we go forward and we negotiate an agreement. Once that agreement is approved by the authorities with their money limits, we open escrow. And during that escrow period, we do have a due diligence period where we do further investigations if that's necessary, which would include the level 1 environmental site assessment. And we would prefer to get that beforehand so that we know, we have a very good idea of what the property is all about before we even enter negotiation. But if there are recognized environmental conditions, those could potentially be a cloud on the title to the property. So during the due diligence period, we have done in the past and more in-depth investigation to determine whether or not there has to be remediation of an environmental hazard. So during that period, we confirm whether or not there really is environmental hazard or pollution, and how extensive is that pollution. The third level 3, and we put that in the agreement, is we put conditions on closing of the agreement. The environmental hazard must be mitigated and removed completely at the cost of the seller. If the seller can't do that or does not have enough money to do that, we take it out of the purchase price, usually the earnest money that's paid down on the property. The number that we usually use for earnest money in the purchase agreement is 10% of the purchase price. So that earnest money is subject to forfeiture for loss if we decide not to purchase the property. If we decide to purchase the property, that money is credited to the purchase price and we pay the remaining balance at closing plus our share of prorations. We also draft all of the title transfer and conveyance indentures along with that, with all of the other documents involved in the transfer of property, personal property, any other types of issues. Then we go to closing and the deeds are signed. Closing statement is issued that has to be signed. And we're given the notice of whether or not there's going the final offer of title insurance. Title insurance is then issued at closing. It's part of the closing requirements. And the warranty deed is recorded and we take possession of the property. In Goulding's case, that property transaction was more complicated than many of the other properties that we purchased. Goulding's is a large amount of real estate plus several business assets. There's more than one profit center to that property. And there's personal property that also has to be conveyed with the primary property. And we have to account for all these pieces. We have to have a legal description for all the property. And we have to review all the legal descriptions to make sure that all the acreage adds up, etc. So with Goulding's, the business asset portion, our land acquisition statute authorizes us to purchase real estate. And so with that property, we had to include the aspect of acquiring the real estate with the improvements and the business assets, the businesses themselves, with their inventories and their goodwill, which is their accounts and all, everything they sell and their booking system and fixtures, furniture, equipment, all of those items. And we do have to list that in the real estate purchase agreement. So with that, the Goulding's real estate purchase agreement is we purchase the property, the business assets, and all of the personal property that goes along with the businesses and the real estate. And that's when the land acquisition fund, this is what has happened. The office of the comptroller in the budgeting process, the statute says that we can use the income of the principal of the land acquisition fund each year for land purchasing and all the expenses that go along with that. So OOC has interpreted that to me, we will decide how much money that you can spend each year because we have to use part of that interest that's earned each year to pay for financial management of the fund. So we are allocated an amount each year in the budget. And out of that interest, 5% is supposed to go back into the fund. And Office of Comptroller has been managing all of that. And so when we get a land acquisition that exceeds the amount of money that's available in the interest that's allocated through the annual budget, we have to go to council. So in the past, when we've had to take this step, and I'd like to add, there are many lawyers involved along this path and officials that have in the 164 review process that have to either approve it or disapprove it. And then it goes on to the next step. And through this process, what has happened is the legal opinions from the various chief legislative officers and Department of Justice, what they have opined and sent us on the path is when we have to dip into the principle of the fund, we have to go to council according to the statute and get a 2/3 approval vote to spend that money. So the head legal officers have decided that instead of having Nabatea committee approve the purchase in this instance, even though we submitted draft legislation that authorized that, they combined the Nabatea issue with the council issue. So instead of the matter does go to Nabatea, but they treat it as setting it on the council's agenda. And the final approval authority has gone to the council. And the council sets down its conditions for the purchase that we follow. And in this instance, that's why we're at council. And all of these kind of decisions that got us there, they're all made by the head legal officers despite what's in the statutes. And the way OOC has managed the funds varies somewhat from what is in the face of the statutes and the regulations. We are working on amendments. We did draft, we had a condition of appropriation 2 fiscal years ago, and we did meet the requirement. But it didn't go forward, and now Department of Justice has asked us to review what we had written with the new administration to see if this, if these amendments are acceptable. With the last administration, there was widespread objections to some of the amendments. We had to negotiate a lot of the language, and it took a long time to draft it, and it was controversial all the way. So now we're gonna pick that issue up again and see if we can come to resolution on amendments. From those amendments will flow amendments to the regulations. And that's basically the statute set out a foundation, and then the regulations implement it. So the regulations have to follow these amendments. And we've had several discussions with many attorneys, both at DOJ and at Legislative Council and at the President's office. And we're working on those amendments now, and we expect to bring them forward this fiscal year.
And, what was, sorry, I didn't catch your last name.
Allen, ALLAN.
Who has presented before now that he is here in Toronto plenty of times. You know, the reason why this report was after the committee was specifically for land acquisition and also for the investment analysis. So I guess I will ask the committee if there are further questions for Division of Economic Development at this time. Would you like to share the presentation and Division of Economic Development before we go to questions?
Oh, yeah, if there's anything else, if there's anything you want to know.
Okay, yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the BNF committee here. For the Division of Economic Development, we really do not have a new update on what or from our last meeting to the council on the legislation 25-23. So, but we are working with the potential managing operator that's going to come in. We've been working on just specifically on just after when the acquisition, everything is completed. And then we work with the managing individual, which is hospitality, to work with them on sort of like a turnkey operation in keeping everything intact. So that's maintaining and keeping the 280 employees there, which is the majority of which are Navajo. Based on that, I can just say that we don't have a lot of the financial information just on just what was given to us from the appraisal. We made our assumptions and based on the revenues that's going to be generated, which is going to be over 25 million annually. Based on that, we just did our projection on just how much is going to be coming back into the nation, about around 7 million out of that, and that that's all inclusive of 3 of our in essence 2 of them are reserved. So the reserve meaning that any further construction, any build out, it's also intact in there in the reserves that they should not be asking the nation for any funds for any build out, such as, let's say they build a hotel or anything like that. It's already going to be taken off the top on part of the revenues, the money that's going to be generating. So another reserve is the maintenance and the repair of it. So the monies is going to be, it's taking care of itself through the revenues that it generates. And the other is that is the sales tax that's going to be tied in as well. And the tax, of course, is collected by the state of the Utah. But there's two ways that we can get authority through in getting those sales tax directly to the Navajo Nation. And that has been done before on other fee land. So that would be another source, and then the other is converting the after the purchase and everything, just converting it to trust land, and we have all, tax. The profits are more coming into the for the nation.
Thank you, Ms. Young. So thank you to the Office of the Controller, from Mr. Allen from the Division of Natural Resources. Colleagues, I guess I'll ask our presenter, are there any last comments before we ask the committee members? Great, thank you for the presentation. Committee members, would anyone like to motion to accept today's report? Should a delegate Amber Gomez with Friday motions, delegate Roman Negation. Colleagues, do you have some questions? Delegate Amber Gomez with Friday.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate, Interim Controller and your team for providing the report from Sovereign, Mr. Allen from, Department of Natural Resources and from Department of Economic Development. There looks like there still needs to be some questions regarding the finance, since the price is connected to understanding the real estate and the business aspects. With that being said, I'm trying to, I think there could be some options here, in terms of this earnest amount. So 10% would be about 5.2. So if I could get some understanding where in the negotiation, there was an agreement on the $7 million, if I'm saying that right, for the earnest money deposit. Because my second question is then, is there other Navajo Nation funds that could be used to help with the due diligence part of the complete purchase? I think that's the part that's missing, so that we could see the financials of the business. If that total price includes the projected revenue of the business. So I think that would be great just in terms of where we're at. So I just want to know, what was that insight in the negotiation? Are you allowed, like, if you could, I don't know if land department has made any other purchases using your income interest from the land acquisition fund for this fiscal year. You could give me an idea of where you're at with that funding, and then if DED had considered using any of your economic development type funding to assist with the earnest deposit, so that we can look into the books. I think that's critical if this purchase is, it sounds like it's linked, like one is the land and then one is the business. So I would want to just know then what are those opportunities. If I could get that answered in the negotiation, what are some of the challenges? I don't know if that's some of the forthcoming amendments, but I think now the way the legislation was drafted, it's all combined, right? This is just all combined, and what I'm trying to do is untangle and how the legislation was created, so I could understand at what point where the principal would play a factor, and then where DED. I'm understanding a little bit more, but I do need more information, especially if we don't have those financials. So they should have some question.
We're going to time over to Mr. Allen to provide the committee a little bit more detail about the negotiation process and about any prior experiences separating the costs from the land acquisition. Then we'll go over to the controller after that to discuss other funding. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. In this particular case, in the negotiation, Mr. LaFonce and his attorney negotiated the purchase agreement. And it's their position, they wanted the 10% of the earnest money, but they will not allow us to look at any of their financial information or documents without opening escrow and signing agreements, which is standard, fairly standard in land acquisition. But what we did to protect the nation is we have a clause there where we will only be liable for $50,000 instead of all of the earnest money. In the event we determine that there is no feasibility, there's a lack of financial feasibility for this purchase. And that is based on the review of the financial documents once they're released to us. But that was one of their bedrock conditions, is we will not allow you to look at our financial information without signing an agreement and opening escrow. And in the past, we've always just addressed each purchase by the amount of money that it will cost. So at the time that we were given instructions to work on this acquisition, we had just finished purchasing another property. I believe it was a Carson Trading Post near Herfinale. And that had exhausted our allotment for the fiscal year, and we did not have any money. And in the process of an RFP proposal to potential operators of the property, one was selected about the same time or shortly thereafter, and they're the ones, Hospitality Enterprise, that paid for the appraisal. And I believe the environmental site assessment. Those two documents.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I guess delegate party has a follow-up question maybe about specific to different funding allocations, and we'll go down that rabbit hole, but before you lose your thought, I'll give you the floor.
Well, appreciate it. So, I did want to get clarification if you felt like this all needs to come from the principle of the land acquisition. I understand it qualifies or it's eligible, but what were some of the other considerations that looking at other funds, since this is not only a land acquisition, but also a business, and then help me understand with escrow. So, if the company, and you're saying that's pretty standard, I'm just thinking about what happened when EdTech was created, right? At a certain point, we were able to look at VHP and go into there. And I understand it's proprietary, but what does that mean if we sign escrow? Because I'm just concerned we're agreeing to an amount that, are we keeping the option to negotiate that amount, lower that amount depending on the financial, like depending what we find out when we're able to open the financial. I understand if there is some environmental issue that will lower the amount, but I want to know if the financial, if we're finding out there's liabilities, or we just had a conversation about liens. I'm just trying to make sure we in the contract, or that's the understanding that if there's something, and then who is going to be reviewing the financials if we get to that point. And does escrow require through the land acquisition trust fund for the approval at that 59.5 million? Do you need to have that approval before we enter into escrow? Those are, because to me, those are very technical things, and I'm not an expert, so I just need your help, or the folks on our panel help on that. I think you should be good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. To answer the first question, it would be better to use the principal, because the amount of money that were allotted each year by the Office of the Controller, we use that money to pay for taxes, rental fees on state leases, and other expenses just to run the program. So that costs quite a bit of money, well over probably in the range of $250,000. So if we were to exhaust that, we won't be able to pay all those expenses, which have to be paid each year to the state and the counties. So to get to the next question, when real estate is purchased, the basic process is you have an offer, and you decide it's in writing, it has to be in writing, as required by state law. And then the writing contains the terms, the essential terms of the agreement, and is signed by the parties in charge. So that can precede a purchase agreement, or it can be used as the purchase agreement. In any event, based on a purchase agreement or this writing, state law requires that these land transactions go through escrow, through a reputable title insurance company. For the reason that there has to be all of these confirmations that are required by state and federal law that you're not a foreign country, all the property taxes have to be paid. The title has to be insurable. And those items have to be addressed by the escrow agent when you pay in the money. So the standard requirement when you're purchasing land is you have to, when you open escrow, you have to make an earnest money deposit. And we use 10%, which is usually the standard. And you don't close, you don't finish the purchase until you have made a due diligence investigation on the part of the buyer to determine that is the property you want to buy, and that all of the representations and warranties are there to say it is of the quality you negotiated, there's no clouds on title, there's no fraud, that the taxes are going to be paid, that it's not a foreign citizen, those are for income tax purposes. And there are also some other federal laws. And if the property is more residential property and the federal government is involved, they have all kinds of legal requirements that have to be met, and they are met and checked off and determined to have met the requirements of the federal government in purchasing those properties using federal government, all through the escrow and due diligence periods and requirements. So once you're happy with, you know that you want to purchase a property, you would go into closing. And the best practice is to have your purchase agreement already made, due diligence period. If you decide to back out of the purchase, the escrow money is used to compensate the seller for the period of time that the seller took it off the market and the inconvenience of entertaining your offer of sale. So when you are going to purchase that property, part of the due diligence is whether or not the title is insurable. The escrow officer is usually part of a title company. They also sell the insurance policy, and they have their own independent title plant with all the land titles, encumbrances, et cetera. They're all listed in their title plant. And they will give you a commitment for title insurance, telling you that the title's insurable. They list all the encumbrances, the tax liabilities, and this is what the property is that you're buying. Beyond that, you have to do your own inspection of the property and any environmental reviews if you can afford to do that, which we can, and we use that as a standard practice for defense in case pollution is afterward located and you are liable for that as the new buyer. The innocent land purchaser doctrine. And today, EPA has its own regulations that set out the requirements for you to be able to use that defense. There are two defenses, I can't, right now remember the second one, anyway. Meeting those CFR requirements allows you to assert a defense as an innocent land buyer. So in case afterward, there's liability for the cleanup, which is either citation from the EPA or the state environmental agents, enforcement agency, those kind of things, or there may be courts, some kind of injury that comes from that. In any event, if you decide that you don't want to purchase the property, the earnest money goes to the seller for inconvenience and the times that it had to entertain your offer. In a more competitive market, the seller can sell to somebody else even though he's entertaining your offer. So we address that in our purchase agreements, and they exclusively have to deal with us. And then we go to closing with the knowledge that the qualities are there. There's a warranty if we negotiate a warranty, and then the conveyance documents are signed, the deeds, different kinds of deeds. We usually want a warranty deed with full warranties that survive the closing of escrow. Those warranties protect us as to the quality of the property and interest we purchase from the seller. The warranties are usually spelled out in state law, but under common law, those warranties protect you against encumbrances on the property or another person claiming title to your property. After it's been sold, it's quiet title to the property, to the contest of whether or not you really own it. So you would want to be indemnified either with money from the seller, because you may lose title to the property and the expense of the litigation, etc. And all of these items you have to negotiate out. Unless state law sets out what they mean. In Arizona and New Mexico, they describe what a warranty deed does and what kind of protections it affords purchases. I think I've pretty much covered everything.
In regards to the questions about the pitching the principal, I'd also like maybe Mr. Jimmy to also provide maybe some advisement on touching the land acquisition principle. I know I've covered how it would impact the future growth of the trust, but if there's anything else you'd like to add before we go to the next question.
I was trying to look it up right now. I don't have the original legislation that established the land acquisition, but from my recollection, it was a 90-10 split. I think that's an income. 90% the program could use, 10% would be for reinvestment. I just wanted to confirm most of our trust funds usually have a provision in there for management fees. And so it's kind of built into that as well. Some of the suggestions, and I say that nicely because I always get slammed on the background, on the back end. Suggestions is maybe possibly offloading some of this risk and maybe possibly looking at future projects with future money, like SSBCI. Maybe Naval Hospitality could come in half of the purchase price, and it would bring in using that SSBCI money that the nation is currently in application for. Or rather just doing a partial legislation for the earnest money now, and then possibly looking at other funding sources like the permanent fund budget, where we have attorney fees built into the budget and also any due diligence that needs to be done. And so once if we go into escrow, then we can launch all the resources at that time. rather than all depending on land acquisition fund by itself. We can kind of spread that cost around. So those are kind of my suggestions. I want to say that again, my suggestion, I'm not telling you guys how to operate, and just, these are my suggestions of how to spread the costs and to offload some of the risk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, I would tend to think Jeremy's way, if we get to the point where an acquisition will take place, I think I won't speak for the investment manager, but it's always a good thing to try and spread the risk around the portfolio if we can. I don't know procedurally what that would take though, because I think some of those funds might have different procedures as far as how to get them approved, but we're probably a couple steps behind that. But if we get to that point and there is a wish for council to make the purchase, Jeremy and I can work directly with the committee and the council to figure out alternative ways to fund it if we can. Because it is good when you make an investment like this to try and spread the risk around when you can.
Thank you, Mr. McDavid. Shevitz, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, so thank you, I appreciate that, Mr. Allen, you're kind of thorough pulling this together, but that's what I was looking for. Did the department consider other providers to try to offset this cost for escrow? And I think I'm trying to figure out, should we just focus on the cost of escrow and not looking at the purchase price of 59.5 million? I was trying to see at what point, because you're asking us to vote on a price that we don't have all of the information. And that's been the challenge with this legislation. But that's also the challenge with a government entering into to acquire businesses. So I understand that there's a risk there. I just even know if that's something that could happen where we look at the 7 million to move forward and then reconsider how to spread that risk if after the due diligence we're still at this 59.5 million.
Okay, Jennifer. Delegate the game, you want to have a question?
Just a simple question here. I heard it's free land now, that was private property, so what's the deal here?
We did the, Mr. Allen.
It's fee land where the business is located, meaning that it's private property. It's not owned by government, whether it's the state, the tribe, or the federal government.
That threw me off.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Could you also respond to the delegate cards?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I don't know how the seller will react. They've made an offer for this amount of money, which was far below the appraised price. And that's what they're looking at, is that price. And then our protection is the earnest money, and then the evaluation of feasibility. And we do have to compensate them for taking that property off the market and negotiating with us and holding it for us exclusively until we determine whether or not we want to buy it. How we come up with the money, I think that's the buyers, the way we're going to figure that out. But I think that the seller would not agree to anything outside of what was in the agreement, what we've seen in the legislation. The earnest money. How we come up with that, I think is our challenge. And if we can't afford the property, then we just can't afford the property. And we just back out now knowing that. But they won't let us look at their financials until they have a solid commitment.
Escrow is a solid commitment, is what I was saying.
The agreement is the solid commitment. Escrow is our protection. and their assurance that they're gonna get compensation for taking it off the market and negotiating with us. That property is the subject of many offers to the owners right now. And they have emphasized they don't want to be disturbed during their prime season when all the customers come in and the tourists. And they used to book, they were booked solid, they told us, for 4 years in advance until COVID came. And they had to cancel all of these commitments. And it costs them money to do that. So I don't know what their outlook at this time is, whether we're just taking it 1 year in advance or not. We don't have that information. They won't let us, they won't tell us, and they won't let us see any of the financial operation of the business until we sign an agreement and open escrow. That was their condition. So our protection is, well, the most we're gonna risk is $50,000 under those circumstances
But you need 7 million to do escrow,
to open escrow.
open escrow. So
Yes,
really,
ma'am.
that's what you're asking.
Yes, ma'am. And then we don't have to produce,
In that conversation, if it's 7 million,
yeah, we don't have to produce the rest of the money until closing of escrow.
I just think that's an option that would have been considered, and then if there could be some recommendations, you know, from the committee's involvement, how you feel about that, or, because that's considerably less than 60 million. That's what I have to offer in this conversation of what we see.
Yeah, Shannon, Vice Chair Sutter?
Thank you. Kelly Craig, can you explain what you were saying? Zero in on what?
On the escrow,
What do you mean? Susan?
so, or the earnest money, maybe I'm conflating the two.
We're gonna put, well, escrow is like a vehicle for holding funding, and then the two parties have to agree to release it when the time is met, so. But it is, what are you saying? Matt?
I'm saying if we need that 7 million to enter into escrow, and that gives us access to the information that we need to make sure that we're, because I keep hearing that we're under that appraisal, but we'll, because this is also a business. I don't know if the right term is acquisition, so then there's 59.5. And what we're looking at too is not. And this is why I don't think we should take it all from the principal. I think I like the idea of spreading that risk, that we know where that's at, and that gives us more time to possibly do that. But I don't know what that intent is, because a lot of times, and I'll hear from leadership, and I heard from Mr. Allen saying, well, this is what the company wants. I'm not here to, you know, we're negotiating this deal, so I can't be like, oh, well, this is what the company wants. I'm saying if they come to this conclusion, and we want to look at it, I'm looking at the 7 million there.
So you think that would be right?
No, I'm saying if we need 7 million of earnest money and then to go into escrow to open up and evaluate that, then we'll see where we're at.
That's the way it's configured right now. For the legislation. is configured.
No, the legislation is discussing the 59.5 million.
It's, yeah, it's based off the asset purchase agreement, which says that we are only gonna complete the transaction if, you know, we verify the financials, we get the data of the price, all the environmental stuff, all those things.
So the only money we need right now is the 7 million, is my understanding from this report.
Yeah,
And then we could come back to the table and say, and give more time to say where else, if we're moving forward, where else the rest of the remaining money will come from. Right now, we're just stuck with taking it on the principal.
yeah.
So that's just where I'm at. I'm not saying I'm fully there yet, but that's where I'm pulling in and piecing to say, how can we get additional information, meet those requirements? And because my concern is pulling it out of this trust fund principle, when we could also have other options, if it's not just the land acquisition, but also there's a business component. So that's what I've asked of the office of the controller. And so his staff provided some recommendations on how we could disperse that risk. If that's how we can move forward. And I mean, we don't even know if we're gonna move forward.
I think just having a conversation, what are some of the other options? Because what was presented on the legislation that failed. So,
Yeah, sure. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I don't mean, right now, I don't think there's anything materially different from the legislation that was presented, but. In terms of the SSBCI funding, there is a cap on what SSBCI can be used for in real estate transactions. I can't remember exactly. There's like a percentage and I think a maximum dollar amount, and it's negligible compared to the purchase price here. It might be able to contribute to some of this. So on the real estate side, we'd have to figure out how to disaggregate in the transaction and figure out what would go. You know, the nation, again, would have to finance the purchase of it, and then, you know, essentially to me, it'd be making a secondary infusion of the hospitality enterprise for the purpose of owning this, and then the nation could have I don't know, some sort of other entity under it, that's a venture with the hospitality enterprise to own this. So I think BCI is not really an option for financing any significant portion of this. I think on the transaction side, they might be able to help support the business. Somehow, but it really can't be tied back to the real estate, and because this is such a. For the comments, you know, my preference is to use the land acquisition trust fund. I don't think the owner doesn't care where the nation is getting money from, but. And I say that because we have this set aside, and it's like this money is just sitting there. And without having any direct funding or any benefit back to the people, except for continuing to grow within this set aside. If we're going to start using other funding sources to fulfill the purpose of the land acquisition trust fund, then I think we should look at just getting rid of the land acquisition trust fund, which I'm also looking to do. And plugging those dollars into the Navigation General Fund budget or putting in the permanent plus fund. I don't think it makes a ton of sense to just keep money stacked on the side. But maybe that's more just a conversation about how the council and Navajo leadership has differing views, and if we're not going to ever be able to reconcile those views, then you know, I think we should look at really substantial changes to the land acquisition trust fund. And maybe modifying people, you know, raise it, oh, this is to acquire land for people to be able to return home, but you know, the substance of being able to return home is you have a functioning government that has tax revenues to support its ongoing operations or other types of income to support its operations. And right now, you know, we don't have that. We're subsidized before. So that to me, I think is we need to have this big picture, high level conversation about how we generate revenues for the nation and how we identify risks like Valerie Crotty and you're talking about. To me, if we're taking money from any other source, and that's money to go to the purposes that are set up for the project, CSM or permanent trust fund or development. And to me, that's about government services, and this is about acquiring land that will have a positive benefit back to the nation and its people. And if we believe that's the purpose, then we should use the fund and be set up for that. And at the end of the day, you know, the way the legislation is written and the asset agreement is written, if those items don't have financial projections and you know, you're going to stay screwy with the environmental stuff, then you can walk away. We're out of $50,000, but I can understand from the seller's perspective. Well, I don't want to get jerked around by the nation. We have to actually put up some money. And that's the whole point of earnest money. Because I think I said this is not like we can just review all their data and then we still do too. I don't know exactly, but then just open up and pull things on the other side of the road. You know, like we can just do all these things and completely destroy the business on precedent. And so there has to be some sort of calculation there, and then that's where you provide saying earnest money to show that we're earnest. But they've God, I'm not gonna be out 7 million if that is the case. It should be at 50,000. Is it 50,000 or 500,000?
50.
50, okay, that's fine. So we're gonna be at $50,000. So I still support it as it is because we're not gonna move forward if particularly since we have the projections from it's HBS, it's a HBS document. And I know that Mr. Allen, you mentioned, and actually, sorry, Mr. Is it SAP or SAP? The SAP, right? SAP, that they verbally conveyed that they have been meeting the projections on recovery from COVID. And so, you know, this is our opportunity to verify them. If that's not the case, and like I said, I think we should back away and figure out other options in terms of the price. But again, I think it's, what was it, the price tag?
72,
7, yeah, so.
something like that.
73.
73.
Yeah. Yeah, they seem motivated to sell. I think the last thing to me is that the responses from DEV on the taxes have been pretty, they're not clear, right? You're saying this has happened in other places about being able to pay the state, but we don't have any commitment from the county. Having commitment from the county, we don't have anything in writing that says we are 100% going to get this tax revenue. Because I know that the fuel excise tax will be being paid to the state. They're not going to the navigate. All the taxes are going to the county state, right? So, you know, I want something firm saying that we're going to receive that tax revenue on that, not speculating that it may come to us because I feel like the county, remember, they're just getting legal play, and to them, it's millions of dollars that they have the potential to lose, so they have every interest in the world. Not to adopt on the other side, out there, and be like, okay, well, maybe we have an expectation that Navajo's going to directly invest all or some of these tax revenues into services in San Juan County, and so to that end, we need, you know, some sort of commitment to the nation, and it's not all to be excited back to Linda. I believe that, you know, the nomination asset at this point, and that money, according to the law of the nomination, should be distributed, whether it was local chapter buildings and taxes, just then, or in some of the sales tax goes to the DD and then the areas for it, just all coming back to and then the remainder comes back to second. So I think, you know, when we have this, I don't know how Dr. Daniels wants to move forward, if he's going to continue with the emergency legislation or what precisely, but if you could put something in writing that hopefully firms up the commitments and the likelihood that we'll be able to get those taxes. Because I understand you want to share something, but I'm about to ask you again, so we're just you know, we can talk.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So do we also have the tax commission here too?
But that's all I have to say.
Do I see there any, there's from the tax commission?
I didn't have
We could vote, we're ready to leave the rules.
All right, have you ever there further questions on the report today? Doesn't involve the questions. We have no questions. We do have a motion from Delegate Amber Hesper-Crowdy. We have a second by Norman BJ for the accepting the report on the building purchase financial analysis and the land acquisition trust fund process. There are no questions or comments at this time, so no one's myself, I'm going to do a roll call vote to accept today's report.
Yes, I'm a roll call vote on accepting the report. Norman and Gay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Norman and Gay votes green. Argo Anderson, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, I vote green.
Thank you, Shadayda. Argo Anderson, votes green. Argo Paul Slater, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Argo Paul Slater votes green. Argo Seth Green. Argo Umar Ezra is excused. Madam Chair, there are 3 members voting, 7 members voting, 1 member not voting, and 1 member to, and 7 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, for these representatives. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we're gonna go to, for the day, which is an update on the CARES fund allocation to One Lake Enterprise. I presented today is, Jackie. Board Secretary, Lonnie Lake Enterprise, Mr. Melrose. From the acting at the Department of Justice. Mr. McCabe, again,
Yes, I'm here.
great, we have
Yeah. Did you agree with that? Because the guy who's not begging us. Chair, I'm in motion to refer this report to the 22nd agenda and what I see that. Oh, he's on the call?
Mr. Sarande, are you on the call?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Jack?
Lake Enterprise is here.
Solani Lake Enterprise, do we have anyone on the call? No.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh, maybe I'm muted. No, I'm not. Oh, you out there? My name is Gary Biketti. Honorable Madam Chair, the delegates, directors, the officials. Can you hear me? Oh, thank you all very much. Shay Gary Biketti and Chef Hashkana Dol Nisle Nakarina Basachin Kia Ani Dasache Kodich Eatne Dasanella Arod. I live here at Talani Lake. We have some team members here with us. Our board secretary, Jock Saran, board vice president, Stan Robbins, and our interim executive director, Aletha Johnson. And from here, we'll pass it on to Jacques. Jacques?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I think it's probably okay for this portion, the TLE report to be in open session, but for the report by DOJ and OOC, I would recommend executive session. Thank you. What's that?
With them or without?
Without them. Yeah.
All right, okay.
Thank you, my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. At this time, we are going to allow some time over to Lonnie Lake Enterprise to provide a report to the Budget and Finance Committee, and then we'll turn the time over to the Office of the Controller and also the Department of Justice. I'm going to turn the time back over to Lonnie Lake Enterprise.
Jacques, are you on? If he's not on, can you hear me all? I don't know if you guys can hear me or not.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're here to see if we can close out our CARES Act grant that we had back in 2020. We filed all the reports and we attended to two budget and finance meetings. And the last meeting that we had, we only received a verbal acceptance to our report. And we would like something documented to actually say that it's closed out, and we're
we don't know where we're at with the CARES Act and if there's more work to be done to close it out. And that was our question here. Jacques was been much better to ask all these questions, and hopefully he comes on here. But that's my question right now.
Hi, this is Aletha Johnson. I am the interim director with Tulani Lake Enterprises. Jacques is trying to get on, but he's unable to unmute, it looks like. So until he can, we met with DOJ last year, I believe, and we and the OOC as well. We submitted our reports. And for the CARES Act funding, we did have a portion of that the Office of Controller designated of disallowed costs. And we have reviewed that and sent in all documents that were requested to substantiate for all of that funding. And we also received this funding within such a short amount of time. It was sent to us on 12/8/20, and the end date for this funding to be expended was 12/30/2020. So we did expend a lot of it, and we did send in what was remaining of the balance. And we're hoping that we might be able to get some information on how we can get this progressing to where we would be able to send back in the disallowed amount, which, you know, what we would like to talk about to see what exactly that number is at this time. So that was our hope. And we also met with the president on December 6th of 2023. And we did submit all of the paperwork to him as well. So we're hoping that we might be able to reach a resolution to close out this grant.
That was July 6th that we met with President Bo Nigri.
Oh, yes. And we do have Stanley Robbins and Gary, who were part of the project at that time, I believe. And then Jacques was the main person that was part of that project. I'm not sure, it doesn't seem like he's still able to unmute himself. I don't know if you would be able to do that on your end to unmute him.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting for Jacques to come on, maybe I can talk a little bit to the project. Yeah, we did this project just like Aletha said back in December. We didn't get the check until December 8th, and the deadline was December 30th. But we did drill 18 wells, and 4 of them are still operating. It helps out during the drought. People can get water from there. And I believe that was sent into the BNF committee. And our last report was December 6th, 2022. And we did a report to them, but gave them all the information that we had that they were asking for. And they went into executive session. Then after the executive session, we haven't had any other communication with the DOJ or the controller. And so even though we were calling the office, I guess there was new staff there at the time during December 6th when we reported it. There was new staff that came in, a new administration that came in. All the staff that we were communicating with went elsewhere. So we're kind of back to square one, trying to get that information from the controller and from DOJ. See if they accepted it, what we gave them, because we gave them all the information that they asked for. And we just want to get communication with this new group. I guess, I think we're probably back to square one, going through all the information that is needed to clear out the grant money. We did get 3.4 million, and we spent the 4 million, and we gave back 480,000 back to the tribe, and they didn't extend the project, even though the federal government extended theirs for another year. The tribe just made it in on December the 30th, 2020. And but we did the report, and we did this work right during the height of the pandemic. All the chapters were closed, the tribe was closed, and even communicating with the land users out there was pretty difficult. You kind of had to drive it to their house and throw pebbles at their window to have them come out and sign a consent form. And some of them have just big signs on the front door saying pandemic, stay away. So we went through that, and we had a delay because our drillers got COVID, and we had to shut down for a while. Then we picked up again. But we're working on 24/7 at night. They were still drilling, getting things done. But one of the successes is that we drilled a well in Black Falls. They never had water for the last 50 years. People around there had to get drinking water, driving 40 miles, either to Cameron or to Flagstaff, and also did the same thing for their livestock. They finally got water. We got lucky. We hit water. We had to drill through 80 feet of lava. We got some really clear cuttings where there's water flowing, and so now they have good water there. But they had to pay for the diesel to keep the pumps running because there's no electricity out there. And there's another one out at Cameron too, and that one's still operating. And that's the kind of work that we did. And we also had some issues at our administration office. One of our accountant passed on, but one of the board members also passed on. And also our executive director at that time, she had health issues. She couldn't come to work. So we had all those things happen at that time. And just communication between us and the tribe was really difficult because there was no one there, I assume because of the pandemic. And then after we came out, it was still the same way. And Tonale Enterprise is reestablishing themselves. We had to put things back together, and we're just now looking for an accountant to do the in-house accounting and getting the files in place and stuff like that. Right now, Alita is doing all that, but we're gotten ourselves back together. We're kind of back in the saddle, as to say, and we were hosting a One River, One Voice Summit at Twin Arrows, August 15 and 16, where we're talking about water as to how water could be protected coming from the grassroots, what they say about water. So we're doing that. So what we need to have happen is I guess start communicating with the new DOJ and also those new employees at the Office of the Controller. Get this looked at it, and maybe we can have another meeting to get a final report, or it may be that it was already been finalized. So we'd like to get that report if we can. We'll cooperate with the new Department of Justice and also the Office of the Controller to get that information. And it's really hard to get that information from these two organizations, and we had to go through the president or to get on the agenda at BNF to get the information that we need. So that's kind of where we're at, and we'll have to get this resolved as soon as we can, so we can go out and do other things to help the folks that are still suffering from the pandemic, COVID, and get them the water that they need. I want to address the water along the Little Colorado River because it's in litigation, and in Phoenix. So we're doing all that work. So we'd like to get this resolved as soon as we can. That's my report on it. Going back on mute.
Oh, yeah, this is Jacques Sarand. I think I found out how to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. May I add in a few more comments, please?
Yes, you can. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jacques Sarand. I am Secretary of the Board for the Tulani Lake Enterprise. Thank you, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and DOJ and Office of the Controller, and Peggy Nakai for your help to get us back on the agenda so we can try to resolve this issue. As I said, my name is Jacques Sarand. I'm 50 years in law to Navajo. I arrived in Tuba City in 1969. My Navajo family is Tsinetchini on their mom's side. I'm the proud dad and grandfather. I've been working for water and farms, mostly along the Little Colorado River in Cameron and Black Falls and Loop and Bird Springs for about 40 years now. It's been my life's work. Working with Tulani Lake Enterprise, we did a lot of work with small farms and gardens, helping folks. When the CARES epidemic came, we worked extensively with Jason John to see if it would be possible for us to help folks in the former Bennett Freeze along the river to get more water, as Stanley said. And thank you again, Stanley, for your good presentation, and to Gary and Elisa for your help and leadership in all of this. But when CARES came, we worked pretty much since the spring of CARES of 2020 to develop plans for how could we best address the need for COVID relief. As we know, many of our people, our beloved elders and colleagues, we lost them. And a lot of that was due to lack of clean water and lack of nutritious food. And as Stanley pointed out, we worked with Jason John. We had agreement from him to work through a subrecipient award agreement from Water Resources. President Nez signed the agreement finally November 17th of 2020. The funds arrived at Tulani Lake December 8th. The Navajo Nation Council wanted all projects to stop December 28th. We had literally 20 days to work. The only way we were able to accomplish what we did is because we had in good faith started way ahead of time, of course. You can't do anything in 20 days these days. What we were able to accomplish in that time, and we finished up at the end of December, as requested by the Navajo Nation, we were able to drill 14 wells, many of them test wells. Out of those 4 production wells, we built 4 public watering points. Our teams installed 98 water catchments and 230,000 gallons of water storage. We employed over 70 people. All of our wells, we did water quality analyses, professional analyses, EPA standards, and reported back to the communities. We've got 5 water trucks, delivered 80,000 gallons to families in need. We built 4 hoop houses and got them planted and food from those hoop houses, greens, lettuces, and spinaches, to families by Christmas. We installed 6 25,000-gallon water tanks to hold the water from the new wells. We figured that we probably benefited at least 500 people directly and immediately during this time. As Stanley pointed out, it was really hard for everybody. We all know that. We all lost loved ones. We lost our board president and founder. We lost our financial manager. Our executive director was not able to work because of her health needs. It was literally go out to the well site, and Joey, who was there yesterday, was not there today because he got COVID. Our whole drilling crew was down for a week in this time, because of COVID. But we persevered and we persisted, and we got an enormous amount of work done, and we're very, very proud of that work. And we also documented every penny. As Stanley pointed out, the subrecipient award agreement was, I think, about $3.4 million. Subrecipient award from Jason John's shop. We were not able to expend all of that in that time. and returned back to the Navajo Nation some 400,000. Several months later, the Office of the Controller came back and said, we would like more documentation on these different items. And we worked with them extensively. We had the pleasure of working with Mr. Emerson Horace. I understand that he's moved on to a different place. But we worked closely with Mr. Horace. And several times, Office of the Controller said, we need more information on this, we need more information on that. We provided all of that information. And I did ask Ms. Peggy Nakai if she wanted us to again send of all that information at this time. It's not clear if you guys want to see all that, but we obviously have all of that information. The last time we met, as Stanley said, twice with the Budget and Finance Committee to present information. Each time the Budget and Finance Committee did go into executive session with DOJ and Office of the Controller, and and we were not privy to those discussions, so we don't know what came out of that. Our last meeting, which was December 6th of 2022, last December, we again had provided every scrap of detail requested by Office of the Controller in writing, in paper, documentation. At one point, Emerson Horace came out and paid a site visit also. So we feel absolutely confident that we provide every bit of information that we have and that it accounts for every penny. And it's all in the reports, in the written documentation submitted to the Office of the Controller. And after December 6th of 2022, we haven't heard a word from anybody on anything. And so we have no idea where we stand. I'm sorry.
Thank you for the presentation that you're providing. I believe members of the board have already provided some of that information. And so thank you for filling in the history of the circumstance of the committee. We have a written report in front of us. The committee is very aware of the circumstances. At this time, I believe our additional presenters are Mr. Malrevis and also our interim controller at this time. And committee members, to finish out the report, is there a motion to update the Department of Justice's recommendation to go into executive session to finish today's report? How is the committee?
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sutter?
Thank you. I would like to go into executive session to hear from DOJ and the Controller's Office, and then hopefully at the end of that, provide some sort of direction on how to respond back to them directly. I don't think any of that should come from the committee, it should come from the oversight.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater.
Maybe 20 minutes or 15 minutes plus questions, however long questions will take.
Right, no longer than 25 minutes. You got stuff there too.
Okay, the motion's on the floor to go into executive session for 25 minutes.
They're no longer.
No longer than 25 minutes. We have a second to the motion. Other delegate Amber Kenneth McCarty, second to the motion to go into executive session. We will go into the office of the speakers. Conference room available. Yes, okay, great. There's a motion on the floor. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments? Hearing none, let's do a roll call vote on the motion to delegate Dave, how do you vote? Red. Shadow delegate Amber.
I have 4 guys, vote green.
Green. Green. We have 2 votes in the affirmative, 1 opposing, not voting. Green motion carries. Okay, the conference room is open. We will go into executive session at 1:50 and come back at no later than 20 minutes.
Hey, yeah, this is Jacques. Is anyone still on the call?
I think they went into executive session.
Oh, Stan, you can hear me, yeah.
I can hear you.
Akushin, Nison, and Gary and Alita, you guys still on the line too?
I'm still online. Be about 15 minutes, come back.
Okay, well, I guess they didn't really want to hear too much. Oh goodness, who knows what those guys are up to? We have no idea, and that's the truth. I mean, the reality is that we did document everything. They have all the information, and I don't know what they think. Is Amber Crotty there today?
Yeah, she seconded the motion.
Okay, well, good, because I mean, as far as I know, she's a friend. I mean, I've never met her, but Janine works a lot with her, and I know that specifically on her behalf, a bunch of stuff was done in her community way over there in Sheep Springs. Anyways, we'll see.
Yeah, I think BNF, DOJ and OOC or executive session.
I keep getting unmuted. Do you guys want to just jump?
Thank you, to everyone for your patience. We have come back out of our executive session at. Again, thank you, to our presenters this afternoon. We have just come back into the budget and finance committee room. I believe, Vice Chair Slater, would like me to recognize you for the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to motion to suspend 4 rules to turn this report into 2 agenda items. This would be from TLE, keep the same titles for the names of the reports. Then the second agenda item would be from the Office of the Controller in the Department of Justice.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. The motion is to separate this report into 2 items on the agenda under receiving reports. Item E will be the update report of the CARES fund allocation to Talani Lake Enterprises. The presenters are the Talani Lake Enterprise. The second item after that report will be the report on the update report of the CARES funds allocation to Talani Lake Enterprise, presented by Mr. Mel Rodas, Assistant Attorney General, and also our interim controller, Mr. John McCabe. That is the motion. Do we have a second? Delegate Amber McCarty seconds the motion. Colleagues, do we have any questions on the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you do roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Chair, roll call vote on the amendment number 1. Honorable Norman Gay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Norman Gay votes green. Honorable Member Kenneth Watt, how do you vote? Green. Thank you, Honorable Member Kenneth Watt, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Paul Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Slater votes green. Model Ashray is excused. Honorable Seth Damon. Madam Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative. Madam Chair not voting, 1 member excused, 1 member not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. So with the floor rule suspended, the motion carries to separate or to add report E, which is the update on report of CARES Funds Act allocation to the Talani Lake Enterprise. The amendment carries, so.
I think you would ask for a motion in a second to accept that's okay. So we just.
So we're back to. So we're back to business receiving report update. So now we're on item E, which is update report on the CARES funds allocation to the Talani Lake Enterprise. The presenter today for this item is Jacques Sarande, sorry, I apologize. But also the Talani Lake Enterprises. And today, committee members, do we have any questions on the floor for this report? Second call. Third call. And before we go to a roll call vote, I just want to say for the record that the Talani Lake Enterprises have been notified by the Office of the Controller of the final determination. And we will refer to the Office of the Controller's final ruling on the Talani Lake Enterprise that was given in 2000.
October 28th, 2022.
October 28th, 2022, for the record. Before we go to the vote, I just wanted to state that the situation has already been resolved by the Office of the Controller. Ms. Nelson, can we do a roll call vote on the report today?
Yes, Madam Chair, I don't know if we have received any motion to the report.
You're right. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Do we have a motion? Vice Chair Slater, to the report. Do we have a second?
Report.
Delegate Begay has is a second.
This is the first of the TLE.
Oh. Delegate Begay, second motion. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. We'll do a roll call vote.
Yes, Madam Chair, roll call vote on the report. Honorable Norman McGay, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Norman McGay, votes green. Honorable Paul Slater.
Right.
Thank you, Honorable Constable Madrid, Honorable Anderson, Makati, how do you vote?
Red.
Thank you, Honorable Anderson, Makati, Madrid, Honorable Seth Damon, how do you vote?
Right.
Honorable Martin Esser is excused. Madam Chair, we have one member in the affirmative, 2 members opposing. Madam Chair not voting, and 1 member excused, 1 member not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. And with that, the report that's labeled update report on the CARES Act fund allocation to the Talani Enterprises. The presenter was the Talani Enterprise fails in budget and finance today. We're going to go to item F, which is the update report on the CARES fund allocation to the Talani Lake Enterprise. The presenters are Mr. Mel Rodas, Assistant Attorney General, Tax Unit of the Department of Justice, and also Mr. John McCain, the Interim Controller of the Office of the Controller. Colleagues, do we have a motion to accept the report? Federal Delegate Amber Smith McCarty has a motion. Do we have a second to accepting the report?
Second.
Vice Chair Slater seconds the motion to accept the report. Colleagues, do we have further questions on the report? Hearing none, Ms. Nelson, can you do a roll call vote on new item F?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you repeat the motion party?
The motioning party is Shedda Delegate Amber McCarty. The seconding party is Vice Chair Slater.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Norman Gay, how do you vote?
Right.
Thank you, Honorable Norman Gay, votes red. Honorable Anderson, Makati, how do you vote? Green. Thank you, Honorable Anderson, Makati, votes green. Honorable Paul Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Slater, votes green. Or after is excused, Honorable Seth Damon. Madam Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. 1 member, 1 member not voting. Madam Chair, not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and with that, colleagues, the report from Mr. Mel Rodas, the Assistant Attorney General and Tax Unit in the Department of Justice, and the Interim Controller, Mr. Sean McCain, the Office of the Controller, passes to the committee. So thank you for your report today.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 6, old business, none. We're going to item 7, new business, which is the consideration of legislation for the committee. Colleagues, we have our okay. We are on legislation number 19023 relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving amendments to the nomination master investment policy to establish the new private credit asset class. The sponsor is Vice Chair Charles Slater and co-sponsored by Vice Chair of the Research and Development Committee, Mr. Casey Allen Johnson. Mr. Vice Chair, as we prepare to have the legislation presented, I'm gonna ask Ms. Sakai to read the legislation into the record.
This legislation is 19023. It's a proposed standing committee resolution of the finance committee. Later, it's sponsored by Casey. Factor number 01. Approving amendments to the nomination master investment policy to establish a new private credit. You want me to read this legislation?
Digitally later.
So this has been read into the record.
Okay, committee members, the legislation 19023 has been read electronically into the record. So now, committee members, is there a motion to hear the legislation today? Shedda Delegate motion to hear the legislation. Delegate Begay seconds the motion. A presentation for it? Thank you. Vice Chair Slater, the committee would like to request the report and the presentation.
Short but not sweet. It's quite. Thank you very much, committee members, for consideration of this legislation. We have a returning. You on budget finance? No, the first rodeo. Okay. We have a returning member who is familiar, but the Budget and Finance Committee considers recommendations from the Investment Committee on revisions to the master investment policy. And so what this legislation is requesting of you today is to affirm a decision that's been made with rigorous analysis by the Investment Committee and the Investment Committee's investment consultants, and that is RBK. So they're very familiar with the different asset classes that the Navajo Nation presently invests in and different strategies that we have for each of our funds. This is a new asset class that we are moving into, and it's called private credit. And so that is in essence what this legislation is about, is we're asking to affirm the decision to create or permit investments into private credit and put the nation's funds according to the strategies that we have into this asset class. And I'd like to ask our investment manager to describe what private credit is and how we're going to protect our money. This is not just free for all into the asset class. There are specific parameters that we're looking at, and also help describe how this will tie into the existing strategies that we have for some of our funds, and then we'll stand for questions.
Thank you. For the record, Jeremy Jimmy, Office of the Controller, I am the investment manager. Thank you for considering this legislation today. Yeah, it really is to amend the master investment policy to allow for the asset class private credit. The benchmark right now is the Credit Suzy Leverage Loan Index plus 100 basis points, or 1%, is kind of what our targeted return is for the overall asset class. Given the markets right now, this is an opportunity with the credit tightening that's happening. So a lot of this really became escalated during the 2008 financial crisis with the banks. So at that time, Dodd-Frank came in and really limited what the banks could use their deposit on. A lot of times they were just using it for reinvestments into other loans, or they were making investments themselves to make money on other people's money. But when Dodd-Frank came in, they limited it. For the bigger banks, they put a higher threshold saying you have to hold a higher percentage of the money to hold for liquidity reasons for depositors. And then for the regional banks, they relooked at it in 2016 and said that we're going to lower your threshold so that we can provide more revenue streams for you in ways of investment or to take those excess deposits into investments or into reissuing out loans from the bank. Now with the from next financial crisis of the banks was starting with the Silicon Valley Bank, the regulators came back and are now saying we're going to put tighter restrictions on what you can do with the depository funding. And so what that does is it takes the money supply and it shrinks it. And so these private companies now can no longer really go to the banks because the banks can't really lend out so much money now because of the regulators. So what happens now is these investment managers that we would like to hire for the nation are now giving out loans either through direct investments. So sometimes they'll fund companies. I've heard of some managers where they have their strategies is really to build up a large fund and then to fund only a certain amount of investments. And so they would buy seats on the board, so they would directly invest in these underlying companies. But there's that type of investments. There's also some that are more geared toward lending out to real estate managers. Some that are geared to lending out to other banks, because banks need money as well. And if they run out of borrowing limit from other banks, then they can also go to these investment managers and borrow money from them as well. So this is an opportunity right now to get into this. And right now, current projections are roughly around 14%. This is a long-term investment. It's what we consider illiquid. A lot of the times the money would be held at a 10-year lockup, and the income that's projected that is distributed is reinvested, and it builds a fund, and after the 10 years, it allows for these these investment managers to fully liquidate and redeem to the investors. And this is really to build up the other side of the coin. So when we talk about investments, there are two sides. Either it drives up income from the dividends and interest, or through capital appreciation. And so when this fund that we talk about, private credit, is to build up the capital appreciation. And so these the different sub trusts that we talk about, they'll start building up on their market value and grow in that way. And so right now, we need to make this allowable in the master investment policy. Then the next step is to amend the sub policies, asset allocations, to put these this new asset to work, and then from there we'll do a manager search and show those roles from there. And did I answer?
I think we should stand for questions now. There's a lot, and you answered the definition and what the next steps are gonna be. And I think this is great. So, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and thank you, Mr. Dimick, for your presentation on legislation 903.
Yes.
We have a motion in a second, so I'm gonna open up the floor for any questions at the time. Call for questions. Third call for questions. Hearing none, without taking a roll call vote on today's consideration for legislation 19023.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll call vote on the legislation. Arnold, Norland, and Gay, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Arnold, Norland, and Gay votes green. Arnold, African, and Black Cardi, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Thank you, Arnold, African, and Black Cardi votes red. Arnold, Paul Slater.
Green.
Vote. Thank you, Arnold, Paul Slater votes green. Arnold, Seth Damon, how do you vote? Arnold, Ashworth is excused. Madam Chair, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, or opposing, 1 member excusing, 1 member not voting. Madam Chair, not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With the vote, 2 in favor. I'm sorry, 2. Okay, 2 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 not voting,
1 opposed.
and Chair not voting. 1, 2, no, 2 not voting, Chair not voting, 2. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Denny, for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Slater. Vice Chair Slater for presenting budget. We are moving on to legislation 193. I am a sponsor of legislation. So I will turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Slater. For the record, I just want to say, and give my thanks to the Office of Management and Budget this afternoon, because we are in the midst of the navigation comprehensive budget season. And I know it's very difficult to have all of the Office of Management and Budget employees at all of the same committees this week. So I just wanted to make that comment before I turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Slater. Today, the Budget and Finance Committee will be considering the budget of OMB and also the fixed cost for the comprehensive fiscal year. This fiscal year, before. Oh, wait, before I officially turn over the gavel, the reason why we're considering legislation 18823 today is because there was a memo sent out. Okay.
Yeah.
To the gavel.
It's, I wish I could just draw that.
Okay.
We'll pass.
Yeah.
Just see this. again. Yes. I'll be great.
I don't know why. It's 1:10.
You're presenting on your own budget.
Yeah, well, I.
Well,
Now you know, right?
Yeah, that's not. Yeah.
That could be.
So you'll get out of the room and do all the numbers. Thank you, committee members. We are on.
You ready? Okay. Did you feel
Or legislation 193-23, not going to the budget finance committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2024 budget for the office of management and related matters to be included in the navigation's fiscal year 2024 comprehensive budget. Sponsors, Care Parish and Delegate Simpson. It's not going, is this legislation also already been read? Okay, perfect. So, committee members, are there questions or do you desire a presentation? I believe there's an amendment that's needed. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
That makes all sense. Okay. Committee members, how would you like to proceed? We have a motion from Delegate Begay, second from Delegate Crotty. And would you like a short and sweet presentation? A long and one? Sure. Or do you want to proceed to the amendment? Okay. Hearing that we want to press, wait, you want to presentation only?
Yeah, I think, no, I'm okay. We just want to go to that. I have the report.
Okay, so you have it. Oh, the meetings and, well, we'll get to the directors at the end. Okay, committee members, it sounds like we're comfortable moving to the amendment, so at this time, Delegate Begay, you have the amendment in front of you. That you would. Okay, so with the motion from Delegate Begay, Ms. Knockout, can you please read it to the record?
Okay, amendment 1 to legislation number 0193-23, receipts. 1, replace the use of the new exhibit B provided by A1B on August 11, 2023.
You have to, oh.
The certificate.
Paper during the budget.
Needs $95,000.
Yeah.
Or and 50 over office and in budget. We partially restored $100,000 for the restore, abolish, position, and fully funding the position.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second to the amendment? The second from Delegate Gotti. Committee members, is there any further discussion on amendment number 1? Hearing none, Delegate Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Parrish? Delegate Crotty? Thank you, vote 3 in favor. Pardon me, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and delegate. Delegate David not voting. Okay, amendment 1 passes. Committee members, is there further discussion on legislation 190-23? Delegate Crotty, you recognize?
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just, for our notes, I just want to identify that obviously management and budget need to modernize their kind of operation from 2002. But you could put that on your notes. I don't know if that needs to be a legislative concern. We could just have that conversation during the comprehensive budget. That's my only observation.
States are looking at all those fucking finances are doing this.
I think that's actually a long history. There's been years of making directors to OMB to do that. So it's just now like, I don't know, when to do like a conditional appropriation, because I think it's been what, the last 6-7 years?
That was LC or was it appropriate?
No, it was just a committee telling for.
Oh, it wasn't us.
Right. So I think now we need to make it part of the budget. Yeah.
Is this registered in the notes? Do you have a staff?
to make it into conditional appropriation? Well, if we could just research, I could do a legislative concern first, if there hasn't been one in the past. Or if you could just look at a condition of appropriation.
Where we can, this for when we put together comprehensive budget.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. To make sure that doesn't. Okay.
Do you want to do it now? No. By amending the legislation now?
There's, I think we're gonna take it, we're gonna have to do it master. Okay, thank you, Delegate Clark, for your comments. Delegate Begay, anything? You good? Good. Yeah, okay. Do we need a second reading?
That's pretty modernized, but yeah, just update it.
Yeah.
I'll just update it.
Things on.
Down to, have a child in college and she was born in 2002, so we did. Okay, the second reading. So thank God, this meeting provided by OND on policy. And that is, is recommended budget, $95,000 if we restore positions.
Thank you very much. Three numbers, Delegate Parrish, how do you vote?
Great.
Delegate Begay? Green, yeah, okay. Delegate Clark? You have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 delegates not voting, and 1 excused. Legislation 190-23 passes as amended. We're now on item 193-23, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee. Oh, wait. Congratulations.
Thank you.
188-23. I apologize. I think we still are gonna need you, for this next legislation.
But you need to spend your money, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, and we need to help you get more people. That's, you want to be helped. Okay, we're on item C, legislation number 188-23. An act relates to budget.
We did some good.
I know that already.
Yeah, get two, you offer it then,
Okay.
okay. Third time's a charm. Legislation number 188-23, an action related to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending to fix the following allocations for fiscal year 2024 for certain navigation programs, sponsored Kara Harris, co-sponsor Delegate Alan Johnson.
Let's go right into the record.
And this legislation regarding the record according to our advisor, Ms. Nakai. Committee members do not believe that any amendments are necessary for this legislation. This was included in a prior consent schedule, but it actually is not eligible for consideration that day, and so we're reaffirming the vote. What about it?
Due to the number.
Okay, so the chair, vice chair will entertain motion to consider 188-23. Yeah. A motion from Delegate Begay, is there a second? Second from Chair Parrish. Committee members, is there further discussion on legislation 188-23? Discussion. Not hearing any questions or discussion on this legislation. We'll move forward on the vote. Delegate Crotty, how do you vote?
Agree.
Delegate Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Parrish? Thank you very much. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, including the chair, and 1 excused. And congratulations, OOC, DGS, Healthy Land Commission, OPD, DHR, Judicial Branch, Tax Commission, Human Rights Commission, Utah Commission, DED, DOJ, BCD, Election Administration, Department of Ag, Eastern Navajo Land Commission. I did all that just so that Delegate Begay will have to be here that much while. Okay, apparently that's the end of our agenda, and I would like to recognize myself to speak on some directives. While I transfer a little bit. Yeah.
Thank you. Here, the budget committee, before we do, I recognize Vice Chair Slater. He better. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Chair. After my states. We, put together some directives based off of those committees, consideration and discussion. And I'm trying to find them. So the first one is directive. I'm gonna read the one each program under budget and finance committees. BFC's oversight authority shall review its list of unmet needs, if any, and shall submit a new unmet needs exhibit need to Peggy Knockeye and choose the date for this. If the program is not requesting the unmet needs from the FY 2024 comprehensive budget legislation, the program should submit a blank exhibit B with notation and shown. OOC and DOJ shall cooperatively prepare comprehensive plans operation for OC and its subordinate departments and offices, including a plan of operation for the property management department. The plans of operation shall be presented for approval by. We need to choose a date. And then 3, each program under budget and finance committee's oversight authority shall review its program expenditures. And identify those expenditures that may be FRF eligible. Each program shall present its list to BFC by. Choose a date. 4, each committee's legislative advisor, OLS and OOS shall cooperatively prepare a worksheet that includes the following information for all business units. Budget expenditure by quarter. I'm sorry, actually. Well, I said our committee advisor, not each committee. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand my thing.
okay, do you have it up right now?
I have it on
Yeah, could you just-
right now.
Yeah, just say the BFC's legislative budget. Budget expenditure report by quarter. Performance reporting by quarter, FY23 allocations. And FY24 proposed allocations for general fund and IDC. Including any difference between each fiscal year allocation. See example table below. And then we can attach the other one. So those are the directives I'd like to make. I would suggest for item 1, and that is the unmet needs budgets. That they should be, Lorelei, do you have advice? What day?
I do, I'm looking at the budget calendar, and I didn't know exactly what would be the first day. The budget calendar says ENF is going to meet from August 16th to the 24th. So I'm not sure if the 16th will be the first day or the 17th, I'm not quite sure. I just kind of, I left that blank. So I guess if the 16th is the first day, then I would say that would be a good day to put the 16th. If that is indeed when the committee will be meeting on the first.
Well, this. For the comprehensive budget.
That's what it says.
I mean, it have to already have been dropped into the legislature, so there's no way we're gonna be on this.
Well, it's kind of strange the way it's written. Let me just read you verbatim what the budget calendar says. It says August 16th through 24th. You conduct budget hearings, review and approve branch chiefs budgets, oversight committee budget recommendations, act on and issue the proposed legislation for the comprehensive budget. So I was looking at somewhere around the 23rd, 24th, somewhere around there, that the legislation would have to be dropped. And then I get the 5-day posting period from there, 5 to 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 30. So the 30th would be the first day that would be, I'm sorry, that BNF would entertain that legislation, then it would go to NAVI after that. NAVI is to be meeting on the 31st and September 3rd. I'm just trying to go by this budget.
We're talking about the ones under our jurisdiction. I'd say get them to us by close of business next Wednesday. Was that 16?
That would be 16th, yeah, the first day that the NF is supposed to meet according to the budget calendar.
But that's what the other committee shows, right?
All it says is BNF is meeting from the 16th to the 24th and reviews all of the oversight committee budget recommendations.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah.
everything, yeah.
So I'm gonna say the 16th. For number 1, so we put that in there.
Yes.
For number 2, plans of operation. And then I would say the plans about an update on progress instead of the last sentence that you had.
Plans of operation shall be presented, I'll just put review.
For say progress on, yeah, has to progress. By the end of the first quarter.
First quarter of 24, okay?
And then for the FRF eligible expenditures. Fair Friday, well, this is in the context of this year's budget.
So what will you do with that?
Yeah. We could modify the contract budget. I guess it's no, that's what it's actually bringing up. So, Friday for item 3, it's written as the programs under Budget and Finance Committee's oversight authority shall review the expenditures to see or proposed expenditures if any of them are FRF eligible. Do you want to have all of the oversight committees trying to do that too?
For instance, there's one, let me try to get back. Yeah, I think just all of them should just release. By this point, they should know. I think they should already know, but they should just be on record saying these costs are not eligible.
I mean, in this directive, do you want it to just be for the programs under our oversight, or do you want to have another thing in there that requires the chair to reach out to the other?
Well, for this one to be on our oversight, and then when we do comprehensive, I think there's some involved.
Yeah,
Because right now it's just our oversight.
that's true. When we have the oversight committees coming up, we can ask the chair to get. And then we okay.
Or the.
And so for that one, for number 3, I would say that should be completed by the end of next week. So that would be the 18th.
Yes, the 18th is Friday.
And then that's it.
Okay, so I'll shoot this over to you.
Okay.
Number 2, for that number 2, that looks like a provision of appropriation keeping our legislative easement. Because it has a deadline that will push order the March 2024.
Yeah, you can put it as that too.
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you just.
Well, I guess this is kind of outside of the.
Well, I
I mean, I feel like the one about the plans of operations for OC, do you want to have that be a part of this directive, or do you want to save it for the budget?
This directive.
You want to pass it right now? Okay, so that.
So leave it as written.
Yeah,
Okay, so. Thank you very much.
so you're gonna report by the end of the first quarter.
Oh, well, let me ask you, so OMB has completed their plan of operations since 2019. Remember, I remember when we were chair, they were updating, they're gonna go stuff.
Yeah.
And it never happened, so I'm feeling the state of concern and you can help me do. But what do you think we should give us the first quarter, second quarter? For the plan of operations?
You should have at least an update on the first quarter and a draft ready for the second.
Okay, can we do it like that? Update first quarter, draft by second quarter.
First draft by second quarter.
And that's where
So you can have it ready for the plan of operation, take it back for fall session. Before the budget goes into summer session.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, you mean, sort of like spring session or winter session?
Yeah. No,
Because you said the fall session.
no, and move that back to summer session.
Oh, okay, I didn't know this fall session, but you're not in the fall, it's all the way to. So the end of second quarter?
Yeah, so that gives until March. We can drop that legislation in March and then April. And then if there's anything else that we put into it, then you're ready by June. For that They're ready to implement that budget next in the 2025 budget.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
But this is just directed outside of their budget.
So we're gonna do review progress.
But this is a directed.
But I think he's on. Pretty much, he's for FY25, which should be impacting.
Yes, this is-
I guess the one thing I'd say is. No.
I'm gonna, well, that's what,
That's what you can do a condition of appropriation.
I mean, they're just so struggling to.
I know.
This one. We'll have to-
Oh, see. Oh, oh. Well, this is the OC. We don't, this doesn't include OU.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about them too, right? They need to update their.
I can do it OMB as well. So, okay.
Yeah, we could do directive and then we could work together and to be a legislative concern, because I want to look at last year's comprehensive budget and just see if there was anything in there.
So
You could help me do that.
So strike it from this one, but keep it as a note for when we do the comprehensive.
We could put it in as a directive right now. And I may create a legislative concern or condition of appropriation.
So that will be in there, we'll see it will be in DOJ.
But we don't write it down, and forget about it. Because I'm working on the permanent trust fund budgets. Anybody else?
Okay, so, and the first draft is going to be, completed by the end of the second or fiscal year 24.
Oh.
So that's the issue. But that's not.
No, so it's ready by. No, it's first quarter, the second quarter is draft, and then we'll go.
It's you're talking about. It could be drops. Or the super session. In between periods.
I think so. I'm making this version 3. And then I changed. I'm thinking of. This is.
Purpose was to consolidate all that information so that we can see it in one source.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you have probably 2,000 pages of information. You need to do. And then you're flipping through those pages instead of having it in this format. No, because they have way too many people doing. I mean, you stated earlier with someone who had to call in sick. They can help provide the documents, but we need to help them. Because right now, the only thing that staff does is just hand us reports, like there's no analysis, there's no, we need to, from the office of the speaker, and the office of legislative emergency, to compile this data, and this is the agreement that we had on what the information. How we want to do it. And I asked over the last 2 days if anybody wanted to amend this and change the way it looks, no changes in the document that I saw. We can always change this, but I think at the very least, we're gonna have all the data. We want to see expenditures for these business units, so you can compare and say, okay, well, you're not spending or you are spending, so we'll give you an allocation. And then if you're meeting your expectations or not.
Go back to our request too.
Oh, yeah. I sent version 3, but it's taking forever. So then.
We're down on that, right?
Yeah, we don't go thing now, but she's sending it out. Oh, no.
So when do you want this one?
This is supposed to be before the comprehensive budget is considered. That's what it said. It's not. Yeah. Well. I mean, the other reason we was kind of, no way, is because we didn't know if we were gonna be able to get everything done for the comprehensive budget, so we want to see how far we can get on this report.
Okay, so you want that 60, where you go next week?
No.
Maybe the first
Hello, everyone, who's joining us online. Again, we were just figuring out the language of the directive. Before us, committee members, we have a motion on the floor for directive of the version 3 sent out by Ramona Nelson. The directives are as follows. Number 1, each program under the Budget and Finance Committee oversight authority shall review its list of unmet needs, if any, and shall submit a new unmet need exhibit E to Ms. Peggy Nakai by August 16th, 2023. If a program is not requesting an unmet needs for the including in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget legislation, the program should submit a blank exhibit E with a notation in A shown. Number 2, OOC, OMB, and DOJ shall cooperatively prepare comprehensive plans of operation and the legislation to approve the plan of operation shall be ready for approval by the end of second quarter of 2024. Each program under the Budget and Finance Committee's oversight authority shall review its program expenditures and identify those expenditures that may be FRF eligible. Each program shall present a list to Budget and Finance Committee by August 18th, 2023. Budget and Finance Committee number 4, Budget and Finance Committee Advisor OLS, and OOS shall cooperatively prepare a worksheet that includes the following information for all business units. Budget expenditure report by quarter, performance reporting by quarter, FY 23 allocation and FY 24 proposed allocations for general fund and indirect costs, including any difference between the fiscal year allocation. The example below. That's the motion on the full script. Budget and Finance Committee, we have Delegate Begay who seconds the motion. Do you have any other questions or comments on the directives? Vice Chair Slater.
Every single one.
I hear no questions, comments on the directive. Ms. Nelson, can we do a roll call on the directive?
Roll call vote on the directive. Honorable Member Begay, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Member Begay votes green. Honorable Councilor, how do you vote? Honorable Councilor, how do you vote?
Green, please.
Thank you. Honorable Councilor votes green. Honorable David, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable David votes green. Honorable Anderson has got party, how do you vote? Green, sorry. Thank you. Honorable Anderson has got party votes green. Madam Chair, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, they're opposing, or whether they're abstaining, Madam Chair, not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson, and with that, the Finance Committee, we've had passed 4 directives in regards to the FY 2024 comprehensive budget, and we look forward to working with the departments on the identified deadlines. Again, next week we will begin our comprehensive budget hearing, so we look forward to that. Okay. Vice Chair Slater, I recognize you at this time.
December. Because you wanted the one voted on separately, that's fine.
In the meantime, Vice Chair Slater, looks for the document. I just want to say thank you to the Office of Management and Budget for providing the support this past week to the committees And also, to each and every one of our staff on the navigation who have been working on the budget. I know it's been a very stressful week. So this time, Vice Chair Slater waves. It's time, we are going to go back to the agenda. And so now. Budget and Finance Committee, this brings us up to, the Budget and Finance Committee has completed our oversight special meeting. And many of the committees, standing committees have also completed their oversight committee hearings. I believe, Chief of Staff, the Navigator Committee has next Tuesday planned to meet for their oversight. So, to my understanding, Research and Development Committee, Health Education, Human Services Committee, and the Budget and Finance Committee have completed their oversight special meetings today. Navigator Committee will meet on August 15th, for their oversight, and Law and Order Committee has committed to, completing their oversight hearings next week. So that brings us to item 12 on the navigation fiscal year 2024 budget preparation calendar. And that's the, review and approve branch chief agreements, or approve the branch budgets and oversight committee budget recommendations and an act on the issue, the nomination council proposed legislation for the comprehensive budget, which is our duty in budget and finance. This the copy is Ms. Bob Ross available right now?
I don't think so. I can text her and see if she can get on the phone.
Yeah, get on the line. Did you want Ms. Bob Ross? Because, committee members, I have met with Ms. Dana Bobrow and, we have reviewed the calendar as it stands, and Ms. Bobrow with, coordination with the chair of the committee and also myself, that we have come to, the understanding that we will be able to maintain the now fiscal year 2024 budget preparation calendar. So with that, I just wanted Ms. Barbara to provide further, I guess, support or just to explain also the discussion that we had, but thus far, I would like to propose to the committee that we continue to maintain the proposed calendar to start to meet on our on the comprehensive budget as scheduled. And what I have, unless Mr. Poppy has anything else to add.
I did send a text message to Ms. Bobrow. She'll probably get on shortly. She answered pretty quickly.
So we're gonna be in 16,
Yes.
15.
We can't now because
Oh, it's 16. On 22nd, who are we scheduled to do on 16?
we're not. No. It's all dependent on their resolution.
That's what I'm saying, is that those resolutions have to.
I think because I got some emails today that the test wasn't finished today.
Yeah. Maybe said that S isn't done, and what about LC?
LLC starts on Tuesday.
Yes, they're not gonna be done.
Just for the see that Friday.
Recycle paper.
RDC's done.
RDC's done.
RDC's done.
I guess, I don't anticipate
Okay. I think that- Okay, so we're gonna go back to the schedule. We're gonna do 16 through the 24th. What days are you not available? Well, I'm available all the days.
I cleared up my schedule for budget and finance for August, so I'm good.
Okay.
On this and the 18th in the morning and then also I'm speaking at
I prefer on the 18th, if you can start at 10 instead of 9, that makes this thing at 9.
on what day?
On the 18th, we're not here,
When, oh, I'll be here.
I don't
I'll be
agree
here.
with any modifications, we should all be here in person.
right? Yeah, but I mean, I can try to push it up to 8:30.
You're
I'm trying to get my explain.
trying to get that done in the.
And then,
Start at 9 and it says here at Rock Springs, so it's like.
All right, okay, so.
the 20th, would be ideal for done by the 20th. Oh, where's the, should the 20th? Where are we waiting? All right, 23, 24, I really, I was asked to speak at Chimney Agency Fair for the kids, and then I have a scheduled shot.
How are the meetings from the August 16th to the 25th?
I think
It's fine.
I just think we start with,
It's the public record.
I think another day.
I motion that we.
I know. Sean said that there's.
My question too is, when's the special?
She said it needs to be to her by the
I think the special non. But I didn't.
Might be pressing it, but all, what I do know is I got said what they need. Okay.
Can be amendments,
Which one's in there?
whatever it's made.
The special nomination council will be going back to the 25th. Now, the 24th. The budget finance committee is supposed to approve the budget, the audit. Being second.
Yeah, I only understood that we were approved up on the second, and I had. I had seen anything after.
Audit needs to be dropped by tomorrow.
But
And
get
the
it
author.
as.
We're gonna get for being us by the second.
No.
Okay. Oh, and no, not by tomorrow, sorry, by the 16th.
That's why that's working finance.
Okay, that.
Speaker would not be in the special Now, the accountant doesn't do that. And that's not a committee action, it's we're supposed to vote on that by the 22nd.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that we'll be maintaining the nomination fiscal year 2024 budget preparation calendar as it is. We're gonna work with the controller on completing the audit legislation, so Controller McCabe is aware of that. Do you have any other questions at this time?
So the audit schedule is.
So far.
No, that's not gonna be dropped.
You're gonna be dropping the 16th?
No, sorry, that was the oversight meetings.
Oh, okay.
The oversight.
16, 17, 18, 21st, 22nd, right?
Yes.
Well, anytime we get a chance, I mean, if we're just gonna get the sheet that show the dollar, it's in the next meetings, unless there's a narrative. Be strict.
I can.
I can.
Early.
9 a.m.
9:30, when you want to see.
9:10.
16, 17, 18.
Gotta give the kid on the bus at 7:30.
Not is on the 15th and 16th. Well, I think it's, I can't remember how it was scheduled.
Let us finish the, close up the meeting first, unless you have anything else to say.
So, okay.
We are in the agenda.
16th, then we should start at 1 o'clock.
The 16th?
Yeah, and the reason why is because Dan brought up a good point is that now he's gonna be on the 15th. And there might be revisits that the council might want, or not, maybe might want, and that's probably gonna be in the morning in the 16th.
Okay, so far the proposal is to meet from the 16th to the 24th at 9 a.m. every day except on August 16th, which will be at 1 p.m.
That's just my suggestion, but we can still meet at 9, but.
When you post it, it goes right now and delay it till 1, right? Yeah.
But
Because we're starting.
there's 2 people from each committee if they need it, right?
Right, Nabi can do 2 committee roles.
Yeah, so then you can still have it sort of do your budget. On Nobby's meeting.
Okay, let's just keep it
Well,
at
that'll be
9.
a decision with the committee and then.
We'll just keep it at 9. We'll write the number that says 9 a.m. Any other questions?
And then you send a memo to the speaker asking her or requesting a special knock on the 24th. And then having a special session on the 25th. Yeah, and that's gonna be for the audit.
Special session.
So that, so the financial statement audit is done and issued, was issued a couple of weeks ago. The single audit, we were waiting on that one issue with a question costs. We finally got access yesterday. I gave them everything today, so I'm hoping they'll be done sometime middle of next week, ready to issue.
What was the holdup?
I think we'll have to start.
Yeah, I don't, Bob.
Okay, later on.
Any other questions?
That's good. That's be dropped on the 16th.
Yeah, I don't know, we'll see. They're working on it, I know.
If not, does anyone want to motion to adjourn? Motion. Shut it to like Amber, can I have motion to adjourn? You have a second?
So you're doing attendance on the 24th, for the special. Audit.
I'm gonna work into the controller.
I'll let you know.
Yep. We have a second?
Question for you, but wait.
I second the adjournment.
Alright, so and then we're having real quick, I have one more question. So we're having a special budget finance committee meeting on the 31st, to approve the comprehensive budget. And then it goes to Navi that same day on the 31st, and then it goes to Navi on the 1st.
Okay.
On September 31st, it leaves when Navi starts consideration. Yeah, so.
On the 31st, the morning on the 30th.
Yeah.
Okay, I really think that our consideration of comprehensive plan is going to take this. And I say that because unless we have some sort of meeting in advance, we discuss the next step.
And so something we do, your public. Yes, I'm in here, we'll call vote on the adjournment.
Grateful for.
Thank you. I'm here to say, I will.
Yeah, it's like, keep the,
Our applicant, I'm great, try to.
Green, it was.
Thank you. Engaged. Madam Chair, we have three members voting, sorry, three members voting in favor, zero opposed. One member excused, one member not voting, Madam Chair, not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You're happy. Yeah.